There's no time.
Lost. Times. Darkness. Tears.
The time is
13
o'clock.
Hey, you guys. It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
Time for the main show.
Yeah. I've been drinking part of the day. So I've already kind of pre-gamed a little
Admission.
bit. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm still good, though. This is going to be a fucking great show. Jenny and I have been talking about it before this show started. This show is going to be about, was the Phantom of the Opera based on some true shit?
Yeah.
I kind of think it was. But we're going to get into it because I put her on it. And she's going to do a deep dive and do some research. But I read the book. And too much shit sounded like something that would have happened. We're going to get into it, though.
Yeah.
Let's see who's here.
I've actually really been looking forward to doing this show because I really like the book and I really like all the classic horror adaptations of it. And I knew that some of it was kind of partially based on real shit, but until I started doing kind of like a lot of deep dive into it, I didn't realize all of the connections. So I've spent like the last couple days like going down all these rabbit holes.
I
and
got
shit
her,
like
her high IQ ass. I was just going through it by fucking gut instinct, and I was going like, I think this really happened. And Gaston Leroux, on his deathbed, said, no, this did happen. I researched it. And evidently he did kind of say that, yeah, well, you know, I dressed it up. I made a story into it. But he believed that something like this really happened based upon the descriptions of the witnesses that he talked to. And it was something that happened about 20 years before he wrote the book about it. And the more I looked, the more I thought about what he's talking about somebody like H.H. Holmes. And he's talking about, and this guy had a disease that is based in reality. And I'm going like, I think this happened. Or something like what he's saying, it did happen. But we're going to see. We're going to see what Jenny dug up.
what you said when we were talking about H.H. Holmes, because you were saying about how the Phantom of the Opera had, particularly toward the end of the book, which I will, if you guys, like, I will do a plot synopsis if you want me to, because I know that some people have just seen maybe the Andrew Lloyd Webber musical or something like that. Maybe some people know, like, the kind of broad outline of the plot, but don't know, like, what the book is like.
Says very different. The book is very different.
Yeah, so there have been a lot of adaptations of it, but, we both listened to the audiobook, actually.
Yeah.
And I had read the book before, but it was a long time ago. And so I'll do, like, a plot synopsis of the book, and hopefully that'll be...
Yeah, there isn't this big... Okay, Phantom of the Opera was not a romance. Gaston Leroux's book was not a romance.
I mean, not really.
This is a fucking serial killer he's talking about.
Yeah,
they
he's
turned
a bad
it into
person.
He's a very bad person.
He was more like a stalker, like...
He was trying to gain love, but there's no way. He was a bad dude even before this shit happened.
Yeah.
And a lot of it had to do with his disfigurement. Thank you very much, Zach. What's Zach?
Yay, two of my favorite people. Oh, thank you very much. You're one of our favorite people, too.
Yeah.
This has been one of the most stressful weeks of my life. So glad to see y'all. Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Zach, you need a blowjob. That shit there will
so early in the show. Yeah, although Tom's been at the Hick bar.
I posted it
all day.
Yeah. I posted a...
When did you leave? 1:32? Something like that.
No, around that.
I think it was about 1:30.
I posted a video, met up with a biker girl named Meg, and I made a video with her of her showing off her Sportster. You guys will fucking like it. She's good. She was a cool girl. And she turned out she was a DJ. So I was going to make an introduction with fucking Big Tom from Mannequins.
Oh, hey.
Yeah, because she's like, I'll need to fucking do a biker night somewhere. And I said, Mannequins and the fucking Warlocks. And she said, oh, yeah, I know the place.
Big Tom would be down for that.
Yeah, so we'll see.
That actually might be kind of fun.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind going.
Yeah. And she's got a good taste in music.
Just light on the Leonard Skinner.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
No. She was doing good. She did some really good CZ Top and Motorhead type stuff.
Yeah, see, I'd rather, like, I'm more the Motorhead, like, kind of thing. But, So Tom's already been drinking, but, he said before he went, he was like, well, I'm going to try not to drink too much because, this was his idea for a show, and he's
You're
like
right.
excited about it.
Yeah.
So he's like, I don't want to be too incoherent and like not be able to finish the show. But yeah, so I'll get into like a plot synopsis and stuff, and then I kind of wanted to do like a lot of the stuff that people say is based on real stuff, because I will say a lot of stuff in Phantom of the Opera was based on real shit that happened. That's all I'm going to say right now.
Yeah, we'll let me get into it.
But we'll get into it later on.
Yeah.
There's a great site. I don't know if the person that did it is still maintaining it, but I think it's called phantomstheater.com, if I'm not mistaken. And the person that put that site up was like the world's most obsessed person with like Phantom of the Opera, the original novel, all the adaptations, everything.
Make sure you send him a link to this show.
And yeah, well, like I said, I don't know if I don't know if the site's maintained anymore.
Okay,
I don't think it is.
okay.
But there's like pages and pages and pages, and that person actually had a lot of original articles about stuff that happened at the opera house, like back in the day, like in the original French, and had like the translations and stuff like that. Pictures of people from the time that it's like, could this have been the person that they were talking about with the Phantom, like somebody with a black cloak on, stuff like that. So I kind of like, it was too much to go into like in a couple of days, but I did like read a bunch of the stuff that was on there. So we'll get into that as well, but that's like a really good site. That's a really good resource if you're super into it. But like I said, the more I looked into it, like the more, you know how I get. Like if I'm like super really interested in something, then I'll just be like following links all over the place, and soon there'll be like 30 tabs open, and I'm just kind of like just going down little rabbit holes about shit, because it's like, it's fucking fascinating. So I found this like really, really fascinating. I didn't know there was like all this lore like surrounding all this shit.
Yeah. Some people might say, well, look, Phantom of the Opera, and then they think of the fucking, that old original movie. Who was that? Lon Chaney.
Lon Chaney.
And they see that makeup, and they go, oh, something like that couldn't exist. Yeah, hell yeah, it could have. Yes, it could have. We're going to get into that. There's a lot of stuff that was very plausible in that story. There are diseases that, back in those days, that could have done that to a dude's face. Mm-hmm. And there were geniuses that ended up being serial killers. What the story is describing is a dude with a disease, that we'll get into that, okay, who was an intelligent fucking dude who did something kind of like what H.H. Holmes did. And the book and the story do correspond to geography and underground lakes and fucking
We'll get into that.
islands. And the creator, Gaston Leroux, swore on his fucking deathbed that, yeah, I investigated it and it was true. This is what happened. And he wrote the book in 1909 or 1906. I don't remember.
1909. It was it was serialized in the newspaper at first, and then like they put it out as a book like in 1910. But it started out in 1909, like in chapters. Like there'd be like a chapter each day or each week or something.
He's writing about something that happened at least 20 years before that, and he went to France to find witnesses to do the investigation, and he says that he got evidence based on witnesses that were there. And based upon that evidence, he wrote the book, Phantom of the Opera. It may be one of the first fucking novels about a real serial killer.
Although,
maybe.
I was going to say, like, I think, and I got, like, distracted and, like, off track, because I started talking about something else.
Yeah.
But remember the other day, like, when you brought up the topic for this, and you said something about how, particularly toward the end of the novel, where, there's basically, like, a torture chamber type situation that he has going on down there, and you said, we're like, oh, it's like H.H. Holmes' Murder Castle, and we couldn't remember, like, offhand, like, when that was, but it's very, very possible, maybe even probable, that Gaston Leroux knew about H.H. Holmes, because H.H. Holmes was executed in 1896.
Okay. So he would have had...
and the shit about the murder castle, even though some of that's like exaggerated, that was like big news all over the U.S., all over Europe. Okay. And Gaston Leroux started out as a newspaper reporter.
Okay, so he would have known.
So he probably would have heard about that.
Okay.
So he probably would have heard.
So we're gonna see. We're gonna see.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I was reading that, I was like, this is plausible. I was reading this in maybe, I don't know, 2003, 2004.
Yeah.
And it just fucking was hitting me like he's talking about a serial killer.
I mean, he essentially is. I
Yeah.
mean, that's what the dude is.
Right. And there wasn't any profiling in the time of Gaston Leroux. There was no term serial killer.
They didn't actually use the term serial killer until
No.
the 1970s,
Yeah.
really.
Yeah.
Even though, obviously, there had been serial killers before that, like Jack the Ripper. That
Right.
was, 1888.
And from what I remember of Gaston's story, I was like, man, this is all falling in line with the FBI profiling fucking data that I read. I was like, this is a serial killer. Is what he's talking about.
Yeah.
Everything was there.
Zach sent us another super chat.
Oh, really?
Thank you very much again.
What did he say?
Something interesting I've seen is that all the movie versions of Phantom of the Opera have
Yeah.
been notable or gotten awards for their cinematography.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
There have been a
Weird.
fuck ton
Weird.
of fucking movie adaptations.
Let me nip this shit in the bud, people.
Nip it in the bud, Andy.
The Phantom was not a romantic figure. Okay?
That's a more recent
This is a
iteration.
recent thing.
Well, the same kind of thing happened with Dracula. I mean,
Right.
he was kind of a
Yeah.
monster in the novel, but then he sort of got romanticized through the
Yeah.
movies.
In Gaston's original book, he's talking about a stalker, torturer, and a serial murderer. That's what he's talking about. What are you doing, Pope? Can't you see I'm doing a show?
Yeah.
What the hell?
She's like,
Pope?
"Don't yell at me."
And
She
looked
turned
at me,
around. She
she's
was
like, what?
"What?" No, she
Yeah.
has a little
Yeah.
toy that you
Yeah.
put treats in it, and you knock it around, and little treats come out of its butt or whatever.
Yeah.
She's got one of those, and she's like knocking it around. So
Right.
that's what that noise is. Don't be alarmed. Slash Fred says Robert Englund once played the role. Yes, that's right, he did. The variation that he played was actually a lot more horror based and a lot more gruesome. Like the mask that he wore was like made of stitched together skin from like his
Yeah.
victims and stuff.
Yeah.
Which is crazy. Like that's not anything like the novel, but in a way it's kind of closer to like making him a more romantic. Like I said, the novel does have a gothic romance, quote unquote, kind of thing because because the Phantom is in love with Christine, but it's not real love. It's like
No.
a creepy, stalkery, possessy kind of shit. It's like a horror story.
Yeah.
It's not a romance.
You're
You know what
talking
I mean?
about a twisted man who had a background in torture, professional torture, according to the book. A guy who was he was twisted from birth, and made a fortune on being an interrogator and a torturer
And an assassin.
and an assassin. Yeah, he knew everything about poisons and fucking all
And
kinds
strangling.
of. Yeah.
That was his forte. Was
He's not a
strangulation.
random motherfucker. He shows up rich after doing all this, working for a sultan, according to the book. And he's never had love with a woman because of what a monster he is physically.
Although his personality probably doesn't help.
Yeah.
Gonna say.
Well, he was twisted. He was twisted by fate. He was a bad luck figure.
Yeah.
But
So
all,
he's sympathetic on that score, but he's
But
still
all
monstrous.
serial killers are bad luck figures. Eileen Wuornos was a bad luck figure. I mean, she was sucking dick by 12 for cigarettes. But she was still a murderer.
I mean, that should not happen in any just world.
Right.
That doesn't excuse
It's
it,
just
though.
not the world
Yeah.
we live in. You know what I mean? She was built from day one to be a loser and a murderer. Sad.
Yeah, it
But
happens.
true.
Well, like I said, some people don't have any chance.
Right.
Like, chance
and
in
he
life.
was kind of like that.
As soon
too.
as they're born, they're like kind of fucked.
Right. Although I would say that Eric, and that was the Phantom's real name. According to the book and the description of him, Eric was a genius in many ways.
Yeah, in the book, he was a musical genius. Yeah.
And an architectural
And
genius.
an architectural genius. And he was also really good at like stage magic
Yeah.
and ventriloquy, all this like
Right.
circus type arts.
Yeah.
Because that's how we grew up. We'll get into that too.
Had he been born in the modern era, in an era of scientific understanding, he would have been a lot better off. But that was not the era that he was born in. He was born in the Victorian era, where
Yeah, you watch The Elephant Man. You see how that worked out.
your physical appearance was really dictated how your life would go.
Because ugliness was equated to immorality in a lot of ways. And
or
us-
just evil.
Yeah, and I mean,
Yeah.
like, it still is a little bit, but not to the extent that it was back then. If you were born fucked up looking, nobody said, "Oh my God, that's so unfortunate. We should be like super nice to that
No,
person."
they throw rocks at your ass.
Everybody said there must be something wrong with, like, morally wrong with that person
Yeah.
to have come out looking like that.
Yeah.
You know,
It was a very unfortunate time.
that's fucked up because
Well,
you can't help that.
You were dealing with very simple people. There wasn't a big difference between the Victorian era and the classical Roman era. They were very similar.
Yeah. Hey, there's a weird looking person. Let's throw
They're
rocks
bad.
at them.
Yeah, throw
they're
rocks
bad,
at them.
So,
Well,
they
there's
didn't
kind
think
of a,
that was like a person with feelings. The same
well,
shit
it's
that
kind
you
of a
had.
psychological. You could go into fucking psychoanalysis. You could go say, well, I don't want that to be me, so therefore I'm going to reject it.
Well, I definitely think that's a big part
That
of it.
has a lot to do with it.
That's a big part of it. But and honestly, I think that's kind of behind
Right.
a lot of that sort of mindset anyway.
Yeah.
Because if you just think that person that was just like an accident of birth, which it is, it's like a genetic accident, then it could happen to anybody.
Right, you don't want to hear that.
You could have a baby that looked like that.
Yeah,
and then where would you be? You don't want to hear that. You
yeah.
want to hear that there's a reason for that.
Right. Because if anybody could happen, it could happen to you. Then
Yep.
shit. Now that frightens me.
Yeah.
So therefore, I'm going to reject that and say no.
There has to be a
There
reason.
was a reason.
Right.
You
Like
know?
that person was a bad person,
Right.
or that person's mother was a
Right.
bad person,
I
or
mean,
whatever.
People want to live in a world where there's order, even though order doesn't exist when it comes to shit like that.
That's what I mean.
So,
Sometimes
yeah.
there's just like random shit.
Yeah.
And that's why, honestly, like I said, man, just be fucking nice to people, no matter what they look like.
Be understanding.
And just be understanding of people,
Right.
at least, because you don't know. You don't know what
Right.
shit they fucking dealt with. You know what I
Right.
mean? And and a lot of times they can't help some of the shit that, especially like what they look like. and stuff like that.
Disfigurements. Some disfigurements are because of accidents. Some of them are having to do with fucking your behavioral fucking profile. Like I could get disfigured because I ride bikes and do weird shit. Shit could happen on a motorcycle.
Yeah, your face could get all fucked up.
Could get all fucked up.
And then you could wear
That's what I
Phantom of
did.
the Opera mask and the
Yeah.
cape and be all like,
Or I go to war and I got burned up by fucking white phosphorus. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But
or get
that's-
your legs shot off or something.
Right. That's one thing. But there is a fucking... That makes sense. But this whole genetic thing or this whole accidental thing, some people don't want to hear that. They want to reject that.
I understand
So-
why. Like I said, everybody. I kind of feel
Because that puts everybody at risk. And
what's
they
it
don't want
called? The
that.
just world hypothesis, or the
Right.
just world. You know,
Right.
where you think that because, and you see it in a lot of ways. Oh, well, that
Yeah.
person is poor, so they must have done something to deserve being poor.
in
like
prior lives, like back in
Or
India.
like, oh well, if they're
Yeah.
poor, they must like spend all their money on drugs or something
Right.
like that. They always have. So there's always this kind of like moralized. Instead of just
Right.
saying, oh, well, maybe they grew up poor and they, never really got out of that, or they couldn't afford to go to college, or they had bad nutrition or something.
They never learned how to come out.
Right.
That-
There's always kind of like other factors
Yeah.
that are at play.
There has to be losers in life anyway. Think about it.
I mean, there's always going to
There's
be.
always going to be. No, and then if everybody's winning, but some of them are not winning as much, then they become the losers. So it all becomes a fucking thing about scale. Poverty of today has nothing to do with poverty of the Middle Ages.
It's all relative.
It's all relative. Poor people of today have fucking floors in their houses.
and not just dirt.
Yeah, and fucking air conditioning.
I mean,
Some
unless
have
they're
got-
homeless.
unless they're really
In
homeless,
which
right,
case, no, they don't have that. They just have a
You're right.
refrigerator box.
But it's just, there has been progress, no matter what you say. There's
No,
been a lot
yeah, there has
a lot
been.
of progress.
Like, probably not as much
Right.
as some of us would like,
Think about
but-
it this way. Think about it this way.
but it's better than not, you know?
You can go to the hood and find a dude who's fucking slinging crack, and he's fucking big risk factor dude, okay, the way his life, but he has a phone that can do things that the richest motherfucker in the world could not have done. In other words, fucking, what's his name? Fucking Howard Hughes could not have done what that dude could do with his phone.
Well,
You're
I
talking
mean, if you went back just
Howard Hughes
100
did it.
years
Right.
with a smartphone, they would think that shit was magic.
Magic, right, yeah.
And most people can afford, I'm like I said, homeless people obviously can't afford one, but
Yeah.
most people,
Yeah.
even if you're pretty broke, can afford some iteration of that.
Right. Yeah, to reiterate what I said, one of the richest motherfuckers who have ever existed in terms of his time was Howard Hughes. You know, one of the things that separated him the most from poor people is that bitch had air conditioning. He had air conditioning.
He also peed in jars and didn't cut his nails,
right. But he had air conditioning. And air conditioning
that.
was fucking expensive as fuck. Nowadays, anybody can buy a fucking $100 air conditioner and set that shit in his fucking
Honestly, if
window.
I have to live
And
in
back the
Florida,
day-
I would rather fucking die than not have air conditioning. Fuck that.
Howard
If somebody
Hughes had
told
air
me
conditioning.
right now, if somebody came in and said, Jenny, you can't have air conditioning anymore,
Yeah.
fuck that, I'm moving.
Yeah.
I'm moving to fucking Alaska. Because fuck that shit. No way.
We're in Florida. Air
That's what I'm saying.
Is a life and death situation.
People die without that shit down here. It's not
Down
funny.
here. And you know,
So, yeah.
This is Dagobah.
I would absolutely leave if I had to live somewhere with no air conditioning.
Okay, look,
Absolutely.
we got to talk to Tammy, and Tammy's.
Okay, so Tammy's here. Well, hold on.
Yeah,
Somebody
Tammy.
said, somebody asked if the Phantom was an incel. Yes.
Yes.
He does hint in the book.
Yes.
They didn't say it outright because it's 1909, but he does hint that his dick doesn't work.
Yeah.
He didn't say it like that, obviously. But the implication was, yeah, his dick doesn't work.
Well, it wouldn't.
He'd actually never been kissed by anyone.
Yeah.
Not even his mom. We're going to get into that,
His
too.
dick wouldn't work. It just wouldn't under the psychological stresses that were on the Phantom. If this is a true story. That was one of the things when I'm reading this, I was like, this has got to be true. Because everything was lining up in the damn book when I was reading it. If it's not true, it's based on a lot of shit that's true.
Yeah.
Now, Jenny's saying yeah, which
Yeah.
leads me to like, she thinking it's fake, but it's based on shit. The
It's
ancients,
based on a lot of real shit. It is.
the ancients, and I'm going to say Victorians were ancients. Because they were very much like something out of the Roman era. The ancients understood human nature very well. They didn't have scientific explanations or vocabularies to explain it, but they knew human nature very well. And dudes did, what they were saying is that the Phantom had performance anxiety. And if you're a fucked up dude, you're going to have performance anxiety.
I mean, if your face looks like that,
Yeah.
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. So I'm reading and I'm going, I think this happened.
Although, like I said, and I said this when we were
Okay.
talking about Darkman,
All right.
I was like, I think he looks kind of cool. I
We're
think he
dealing with
looked
the
kinda cool.
Victorian era and the disease that you and I are talking about. We haven't mentioned it yet, but the disease
Yeah, we'll get into that too.
would give you bad performance anxiety, and it would explain everything in this book. A serial killer with a certain disease that was very common back then. That's what this was. If it existed.
Yeah.
If it wasn't, it was made up with what they knew. We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Tammy.
Yeah, so before we get too much into it, because I saw that Tammy was here. Now, we did mention this on one of our matinee shows earlier, but I said, well, I definitely wanted to bring it back up on the main show because I don't think Tammy was here on the other one. But thank you very much, Tammy. She sent us a box, and we got it a couple days ago. And she sent us this sweet card with a little frog on it. And I'm going to read it right now. It's not super long, so don't get excited. Just a little something to show my appreciation for all the hard work you do to put out all the content you do. The cookie butter, which is this.
Yeah, we haven't had cookie butter.
We haven't opened the cookie
That
butter.
looks
I've
good.
opened the other candy though.
That
That's
looks real
for
good.
sure. But yeah, so here's the cookie butter, crunchy cookie. I've had these like Biscoff. I love these. So yeah, so she sent us that. The cookie butter is great on apple or banana slices. I have made truffles with it before, which oh my god, I want some of those right now. The white chocolate, I've already got into these, as you can see.
Ooh. You been in the white chocolate?
Yeah.
Oh shit, give me one.
I just had a couple of them. Yeah, I've had a couple of them.
Alright.
They're like the lint truffles. She says the white chocolate is for Jenny because she said one time it was her favorite. I know.
Oh,
I
it's for
love.
Jenny, then.
I love. You can have one. You can have one.
I got chunky bar. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
you do. But yeah, I love white chocolate. It is my favorite. I actually like it more than milk chocolate usually in most applications. And also the chunkies
Yeah.
for Tom.
Yeah, give me a chunky bar.
I didn't even know they made these anymore.
Yeah, I thought that shit was
remember
gone.
these from my
I
childhood.
thought that shit was gone.
Those are pretty good, I have to say.
Yeah, these are good.
And of course, I couldn't forget the real star of the show, Temptations for Pookie.
Yeah.
And she sent us the little bag of Temptations, the little surfer dish. She loves these ones, actually. She's into seafood.
This is a chunky bar. It's a fucking chocolate bar with peanuts
And she also
and
sent
raisins.
us some money.
Okay.
And said P.S. for anything.
Oh man, that's awesome.
So that's
That's a
thank you
shit ton.
so,
It's like $40.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Tammy. You were so awesome. And I'm just like I said, I already got into those like truffles because hell yeah, I'm gonna eat those. How can I have those in the same room, in the same office, and not like eat them? I'm surprised I haven't eaten all of them already because I had one with my coffee today. It's like delicious. I love white chocolate.
Pookie sees me opening this packet of chocolate, and she's like, "What the fuck is that? You want some?"
Is it a meat stick?
You don't want that.
Don't
That's
give
not
her
meat.
chocolate.
It's chocolate. You don't want this.
Kitties can't eat chocolate.
Smell it. Smell
Doggies
it.
can't eat chocolate.
Smell it. You'll see. You don't want it. Smell
Then
it.
she'll probably lick it.
It's chocolate. I don't care.
Yeah, she's like, yucky. What are you
She
eating
can lick
that,
something, and
Daddy?
I'll eat it anyway. Jenny's seen me do that. She'll lick it, and I just no. I'll eat it.
Well, I think I've done that too. I don't care. Well, I've even
We know
done
where she's been.
that. Yeah. And the thing about it too is like, and maybe people think this is weird, but it's like I'll take my hairbrush and I'll brush her with it, and then I brush my own hair. I don't give a shit.
She's a little baby.
She's just a baby. It's okay.
Okay.
Tammy says, I found the Chunkies at my local Walgreens. I wonder if our CVS up the road has them. I never noticed them.
CVS doesn't have them.
I don't think I've ever seen them there.
Oh man, it's got the raisins in it.
I told you there's raisins in there. It's always had raisins in it. I remember it had raisins. Does it have nuts in it or no?
Whoppies?
No, not right now. I don't want to eat on camera
got
because it's gross. I'll have one later. Did Pookie try the catnip flavored Temptations? I gave this to my cat and she loves it. Yeah, she likes those. Honestly, I think her favorite ones are, I don't know, she likes all of them really. She seems to like the red ones, the Backyard Cookout, which I think is like a combination of flavors. It's like chicken and beef and liver, I think. She likes the seafood ones. She even likes the milk ones, although the purple ones, but those are like her least favorite. And she likes the catnip ones too, and the chicken ones. I feel like the chicken ones are the ones we have most often because I get a thing like from Chewy every 6 weeks, and it has a chicken one and a Backyard Cookout one, and she seems to like those just fine. Although we got her some wet food, which I think is like some kind of chicken something, and now she started eating that and the Sheba meat sticks, and kind of like not turning her nose up at the treats, but then it's kind of like, well, I'll eat the wet food and the meat sticks first, and then if I'm still hungry, then I'll eat the treats. So there's that. So I'm excited to try the cookie butter. I don't think I've ever had cookie butter before.
What is cookie butter?
Well, it's butter like smushed up, but it's made of cookies, and it's chunky. So you put it on apples. You can put it on a sandwich if you wanted to, or toast.
Oh, I gotta do some of that.
Well, yeah. He's like, what? I didn't even know this shit existed.
That's some new
You can
shit
just
there.
smush up cookies and
Cookie
make
butter?
like a butter out of it. You
take
can make a
cookies with the
butter out.
butter?
Yeah,
What kind of cookie?
that kind of cookie. These Biscoff
Let me smell it.
ones.
Let me smell
Let me smell it.
it. Sugar cookie?
Murder Hornet said that we should get a box of gifts next Wednesday. Oh, thank you very much.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody said they can't taste sweet things. Yeah. I don't think cats have a sweet
No, they're not sweet.
receptor.
You try to offer them chocolate, and they're like, "What's that?" I don't want
Although
that.
I used to have a cat a long time ago that was super into those donut
that smells
sticks.
good.
You know.
That smells.
Let me smell it.
Smell.
Oh my god.
Oh,
We're gonna have a good time with that.
Hold on.
I'm just gonna.
Do we have anything like a spoon?
There's some like underneath that thing over there. There's some like plastic spoons. Underneath the sink there in the cabinet,
Okay.
there's a little box of like plastic spoons behind all the coffee and shit. It's behind all the coffee. It's like a blue box, I think. Behind the coffee, do you see it? There's like spoons and knives and shit. No, that's sugar. He's like, I don't. It's over on like no, it's not at that end. It's toward this end, behind the coffee bags. Yeah, there you go. Ah. DJ Maniac says, we brush our teeth with hair on a stick and we brush our hair with teeth on a stick. That's true. That's true.
Okay, I got a knife.
Okay, you got one. He's all right.
Oh. Try it.
Give me some of that.
Cookie butter.
Oh my god.
Fucking cookie butter.
That shit's amazing.
Yeah. Man.
I'm gonna make a sandwich with that shit later.
Cookie butter. I've never heard of that.
Oh my god, that's so good. I've had those kind of cookies before, but I've never had it in butter form, and it's actually much better.
It's like peanut butter, but it's sweet and it has crunchy stuff in it. It was cookies. Kind of like
Man, I want to make some like toast with that for
what's
breakfast.
the flavor?
and-
The flavor is kind of like
cookie flavor.
sugar cookie. Kind of.
Yeah, it's kind of those. I think those Biscoff are like more European because I kind of
Yeah.
feel like those are like tea biscuits, like you have them with your tea.
Yeah.
Because they taste like those like digestives and stuff like that, which I was always really into those. They're kind of made to like eat with tea. You know what I mean? Tea or coffee.
Yeah, they're good.
That's really, really good. Like I
Uh-oh.
said, that'd be super good with toast.
Aaron E came in.
Thank you very
$10
much.
for Pookie and snacks. Thank you very much,
Aw,
Aaron.
thank you. Yeah, we probably need some more snacks. I just looked in
Yeah.
the refrigerator earlier because I was getting my Snickers flavored coffee creamer out, and I was like, man, all that's in our mini fridge is 2 things of orange juice, and that's it. All of the stuff that you bought from DG, the Dollar General, all those snacks you bought are
Yeah.
all gone. Did you eat all of those snacks?
Yeah.
You must have. I didn't eat them.
There's cookies in there.
I ate a couple of cookies, but I think that's
There's
it.
cookies in there.
Okay.
A few of 'em.
I just remember there was like a whole bunch of packs of cookies and sodas and all that kind of stuff, and all that shit's
They were
gone.
out of the lemon cookies. They were out of that.
Lemon ones are the best.
And look, here in the South we have Dollar General, Dollar Tree, and what's the other one? Dollar.
There's a lot of them. Well, Dollar Tree,
Yeah,
that's kind of like, well, everything's $1.
Yeah,
They still have some good shit in there though. Dollar General is like shit's whatever
it's
price.
whatever. Yeah, it's a general.
But it's
store.
generally cheaper than Walmart or Target
Yeah.
or whatever. Usually, not always.
You never can't tell what's going to be in there.
and
It's
you
always
can't
different.
ever tell what's going to be in there.
Yeah, it's always going to be different.
I mean, we have one like right next to our neighborhood, which
Yeah.
is like it's within walking distance, pretty much. Like I could walk to it if I wanted to.
And that was Family Dollar.
That's right.
Family Dollar.
I think that one, everything's not $1 in that one
No,
either.
it's just whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. Family Dollar is kind of like a mini Walmart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah.
It's not bad. It's poor people food.
DJ Maniac says, no, everything's $1.25 now at Dollar Tree. Yeah, I'd heard
Yeah,
their prices
probably.
were going up.
Yeah.
I mean, that was probably inevitable. They
Yeah.
couldn't sustain that business model
Dollar
for long.
Tree was originally supposed to be everything was $1, but it's not.
Yeah. They had those in the UK, too, called the Pound Shop.
Yeah. The thing is about Dollar General had nothing to do with the U.S. dollar. Nothing. Evidently, from what I remember, the dude that made that store's last name was Dollar. So it doesn't have anything to do with that.
I think Company Man on YouTube,
Yeah.
which if you haven't subscribed to him, he's like really interesting. I like his
He'll
channel.
explain that shit.
I think he did a show about Dollar General, Dollar Tree, Family Dollar. I think
Yeah.
he did a video about that not too long ago.
Yeah.
Which is, yeah. But Dollar General, the cool thing about them is that, like, they'll usually open up in places where there aren't many other options.
Food deserts.
Yeah. Which is kind of like, well, ours isn't that bad because, like, just like less than a mile up the road, we have a Publix and and some
But
other
that
shit.
didn't used to be that.
But that didn't used to be there. So the
Yeah.
Dollar General
Yeah.
right next to that neighborhood, that's where you get most of your shit.
Right.
I mean, they don't have a huge selection, but they do have a lot of everything.
It saves you from having to drive 15 miles. That's all it is.
Yeah.
We're in America. It's not like fucking you can't get supplied. You can. It's just that the difference is do I want to drive 2 miles?
Yeah, the difference
or
is laziness.
20
That's
miles. Right. That's all it is.
Not so much laziness. I just
Yeah.
don't like to drive really far.
Yeah.
Like, if I can get something... Like, obviously,
Yeah.
Publix has better shit food-wise, like,
Yeah.
by a long stretch. But if I'm too lazy to drive that far and it's something that isn't all that, like if it's just, like coffee or sugar or something like that, I'm just gonna get a Dollar General and get it. I don't want to drive all the way to fucking Publix to get that, even though all the way it's like less than a mile, I think.
Dollar General had shit that you couldn't get at fucking Publix, like little round ham cans for $2, a big piece of fucking ham. I bought a bunch of them. It was good.
I will
Real
say
good.
though that I really like, and I think I mentioned this before, I really got into like all these YouTube videos of people that were just going, because they were trying to like help out people that only lived by a Dollar Tree or a Dollar General, and they're like showing how you could make actual food with the stuff you could buy there.
Yeah, you can make a lot.
Because some Dollar Generals and Dollar Trees have a refrigerated section and some don't.
Yeah.
So sometimes you have to, buy the dry food. But they were showing how you could make actual food with shit you could get there, like for cheap.
You can get a dozen eggs for $1.25.
Yeah.
Which that's pretty cheap even here.
I mean, eggs are kind of like the ideal, broke ass person food.
Right. And there's a lot of cheese and a lot of fucking coffee, and it's a general store. You can buy anything. You can get all your bacon. There's enough stuff to bake a couple different kinds of cakes. Cake mix, eggs, oil. You can even get cool shit like salsa, avocado salsa, Mexican stuff. Just you're looking at it and you're going like, well, this is actually a pretty good selection for being a podunk fucking store.
I mean, you just got to be creative.
You got to be creative.
You
right.
got to be creative.
Yeah.
But it can be done. Like, you can actually, like, it's not ideal.
No.
They don't obviously have a lot of, like, fresh vegetables or anything like that, which is
Canned
bad.
Oysters.
But, yeah, but you can find some stuff that you could actually, like, mix together and make, like,
canned
some
tomatoes, canned fucking tuna, canned ham, and it's all cheap. So.
DJ Maniac says, we have a store here called Big Lots. Yeah, we have that
Big
here,
Lots.
too.
We got it here.
We have Big Lots here, too. Which is more or less a discount store. They sell a shit ton. Yeah, I used to shop at the one at Daytona. In Daytona.
One time I was at Big Lots. They got one just up the street here. Went to Big Lots and got a case of fucking energy drinks. It was fucking not cranberry, pomegranate flavor energy drink. I can't remember what it was.
Random.
Yes, pomegranate. It was All-Star, Rockstar pomegranate. Got a whole fucking case of it, which is like six packs for $15. Damn. Yeah, like
well,
damn,
nobody
that's
wanted
cheap.
it.
That's cheap. Well, it was discontinued.
Yeah.
That Big Lots is where you go get some shit that got.
Well, that's where they
discontinued.
offload the shit.
They're getting rid of
We
it.
don't sell this anymore, and it's like sitting in our, stinking up our warehouse, or it's damaged, or the packaging was printed wrong, or something like that. So you get it like for a lot cheaper.
Yeah, but Big Lots, the quality's good. The quality is good.
I actually bought a lot of shit for my first apartment at Big Lots.
Yeah. Quality's good, and the price is fucking
like pans
cheap.
and shit.
Yeah, cheap. But you can even go there and like buy a model kit.
Yeah.
Like models and shit. Models of the fucking Starship Enterprise and shit. They'll have that at Big Lots. But you never can tell. Nothing's reliable. It's just whatever they're trying to get rid of.
Yeah, so you can't really count on, I need to get this, that, and the other, and having a list. You just have to kind of go in there and be like, what do they got? Because they don't always have the same thing.
You can go in there and get a big old fucking pot, fucking 5-gallon pot that you could hold. You could damn deep fry a turkey in. And in another place it might be $40 or $30 for that pot. But at Big Lots you might be able to get it for $5. But you'll never find that pot again. It's just that particular pot. It's the way it is.
Tyler says, I love Dollar General because you find all kind of cool and weird stuff in there. Yeah, you do.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know what they're going to have in there.
Yeah.
I went in there the other day and spent like $100 buying like just some random like shit from around the house. Like little storage things and like fucking paint and all kind of stuff.
And they got a toy section that'll blow my mind. They were in there, they were selling Halo action figures. The Halo video game. I was just looking at it. I was going like, man, if I was fucking 12, I would have fucking loved that shit.
Well, yeah.
But they were only like fucking $5 or $6 for like a whole kit of fucking Halo action figures. You just never can tell what's going to be in there.
I mean, if it was just, you could probably just buy that and like hang on to it for a little while. Maybe
It'd probably be worth something.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know enough about Halo to,
I don't know either.
to judge.
Yeah.
Zach says, I love how as this convo is going down, I'm making some microwavable loaded potato skins.
Oh, those are good. Those are good.
Yeah, that
bacon bits, sour
sounds good.
cream, chives, fucking cheese. Hell yeah.
DJ Maniac then says, Five Below, oh yeah, we have some of those too, is where they offload dead stock too. Everything is $5.
Yeah.
I bought a bunch of the G.I. Joe Retaliation figures there that I never found at retail, and they're worth a fortune.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would imagine so.
There
I
you
would
go.
imagine so. Yeah, I always go through the toy aisle just in case.
Yeah, you never
in
know
case.
what might
You never
turn
know.
up in there.
You might be like,
know.
wait a minute, hold on. Fucking a big ass Darth Vader? Yeah, I want that. You know what I mean? You don't know what's going to be in there. Usually it's something like Star Wars or video games or fucking Marvel or you never can tell.
Jason Hebe Dead says, I remember Poundland, that's kind of like the British equivalent,
Yeah.
was the kind of place with gray spray Chewbacca figures and a pick of Millennium Falcon with a generic name like Space Battles.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like some of the like off-brand stuff.
Yeah.
Here they're just they do
Here
have,
it would be the real thing.
I mean, here they do have some
Yeah.
off-brand shit at
Yeah.
these, but
Every
a
now
lot
and
of
then.
times it'll be like the real thing.
It'll be the real
but
thing.
it's just like, you know,
It's the
overstock
overstocks.
or something that was discontinued
Right.
or something they couldn't sell, and
Yeah.
it's just, you know.
Yeah, a lot of times it's the real thing. It's just that they couldn't sell it somewhere else, and they're just trying to get rid of it. And you look at it, you go like, it's Star Wars figures from 3 years ago, you know, that haven't sold. But it's almost on the verge of being a collectible now because these motherfuckers are aging out 3 years ago. So you just can't tell. You just gotta be smart about it
Yeah.
when you buy it. Yeah.
James Knapp says, you started the show yet? We did, but then we got distracted.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and start the show.
So I felt kind of bad, but you know what I mean? I was just kind of like, whatever.
Make another drink for you.
Yeah, because we did kind of like talk a lot about it
Yeah.
at the beginning.
How
like
long have we been doing this?
48,
Almost time.
48 minutes.
You guys know the first hour is always us fucking warming up anyway.
Yeah, we got to get we got to get loosened up with the liquor. But yeah, so we did talk about it like to some extent, but then again, like usual, we got distracted because that's how we do. We have ADD probably, undiagnosed, I kind of feel like, because we're just go off on these fucking tangents. But yeah, so before he gets back, Tom and Jenny got distracted? No way. Yeah, it happens. It happens. You know. All right. So let's talk a little bit about just kind of the background. I kind of feel like, I don't know. I don't know how familiar people are with the background of the original novel of Phantom of the Opera, because I know that a lot of people, especially nowadays, are probably more familiar with the stuff that came in the wake, because I feel like nowadays probably the most popular one is like the Andrew Lloyd Webber like stage musical, right? Like I kind of feel like most people think of that when they think of Phantom of the Opera rather than the original book or, you know, the Lon Chaney movie or whatever. And we kind of wanted to talk a lot about the original novel and what parts of it were maybe like based on reality or not. And I kind of got really interested in like researching that kind of stuff. So the novel originally, you know, obviously written by Gaston Leroux, who is a French author. Now, it first started out as a serial. So I guess it was published in a publication called, and please forgive me, I did take 4 years of French, but that was a long time ago. So I'm sure my pronunciation is really terrible. But there was a publication called Le Gaulois. And so this came out, like, there was a chapter in there, like, every week or every month or whatever, between September of 1909 and January of 1910. And then a couple months after that, like, in spring of 1910, it was released, like, in book form, by a publisher. Now, the novel, it's pretty well acknowledged that the novel is based on some real shit that happened. The I don't want to say controversy because it's not like that, but it's not really clear how much of the story is like the real kind of plot of the story, the character of Eric, stuff like that. Is that based on a real person? Or is it just like a really well-crafted combination of real shit, legend, and fiction? So there's that. I didn't realize actually how much of the stuff in the book is based on real things. He did set it in a real location. Some of the people are based on real people, even though they're not named the same thing. So there's that as well. So that's kind of like where the kernel of this idea came from, because Tom said something to me. I don't even know like where you got the idea from, because you just said to me like one night we were like sitting around watching TV or whatever, and you said, "Oh, I was like watching a thing about Phantom of the Opera," or you were rereading Phantom of the Opera or something, and you said, "Oh, it was like maybe based on a real thing," and you got like really interested in it. You said maybe we should do a show about that. And then I put it in the poll and it won. And then when I started like looking into it, I'm like, wow, this is like really interesting. You know what I mean? I didn't realize how much of it was like based on real shit. So
I don't remember what it was that brought it up.
Yeah, I can't remember either. It was last week.
Darkman,
it was last week, maybe.
I think Darkman might have brought it up.
Although I thought you said, well, now I can't remember. Yeah, maybe it was because we've been watching Darkman, which has like some aspects of Phantom of the Opera to it. And then you thought of Phantom of the Opera, and then you said, oh, we were like, I don't know.
So I think I went, I think that was based on something that actually happened. Maybe we got to do a show on it.
Yeah. Now, I will say, like, just from the outset, a lot of the stuff in there is based on stuff that really happened, in the sense that he took real events and I think, like, wove a narrative around them. But some of the events, I'm not really sure. It's not very clear over whether the stuff really happened or whether it was like a legend, like an urban legend type situation. You know what I mean? So
Oracle said Leroux's background was a reporter.
Yeah, he was a reporter.
He had mad skills research, and plus he knew Paris.
Yeah.
And I looked up into it, and on Wikipedia, it said that he was on his deathbed. People were asking him about it. He said that it actually did happen. That he researched it, and he believed at least that it happened. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll get into that.
Good.
Now, one of the things that is acknowledged that he put into the story, that inspired the story, was for sure an urban legend. One of the things that inspired the story was there was this story going around that there was a production of the opera Der Freischütz, which actually I think means the marksman or something like that, staged by Carl Maria von Weber in 1841. And there had been a rumor going around that I guess there's a scene in that where there's a skeleton, and that they had actually used a real skeleton of like a ballet dancer that had died, they used it in the production. I don't think that really happened, but there was like an urban legend about it, and it was like pretty widespread. And so that was one of the things that like inspired him to write it. But we'll get into like some of the other shit too. But that was one of the things for real that was going around, because that's a pretty widespread urban legend. So yeah, obviously this has a million adaptations. Most people familiar with the Andrew Lloyd Webber musical, which started in 1986. I think is the first or second longest running musical in the West End. I can't remember. I think it might be the second longest running. So massive success. And I think that most people know it from that, which is amazing. But, it's based on the book. It's, fairly faithful to the book. But there's a lot of different shit in the book that's in there. They changed it a lot. I will say the 1925 version with Lon Chaney, the movie it's not super faithful, but at least like the way that he looks is like more the way that the Phantom looked in the book also. Now, what you were talking about, like the prologue of this book, I'm not going to read the whole thing because it's not super long, but it's a little bit long. You can go to Gutenberg.org, which is where all the public domain stuff is, and you can read Phantom of the Opera for yourself. Like I said, I listened to the audiobook earlier, like over the last couple days. And so I kind of like, had some familiarity with it. But the prologue, which is supposedly written from the point of view of Gaston Leroux himself, he says in the prologue, the opera ghost, which is what he's called during the story. He's not called the Phantom of the Opera or nothing like that. He's called the opera ghost or the OG, which I thought was very funny. Because that's how he signs his letters. Like when he sends letters in the book, it says OG, and I'm just like... He's the original gangsta opera.
Yeah.
That's what I thought that was really funny. Every time I heard that, like in the audiobook, I cracked up. But yeah. So he says, the opera ghost really existed. He was not, as was long believed, a creature of the imagination of the artists, the superstition of the managers, or a product of the absurd and impressionable brains of the young ladies of the ballet. Yeah, those dumb ballet dancers. Their mothers, the box keepers, the cloakroom attendants, or the concierge. Yes, he existed in flesh and blood, although he assumed the complete appearance of a real phantom, that is to say, of a spectral shade. When I began to ransack the archives of the National Academy of Music, I was at once struck by the surprising coincidences between the phenomena ascribed to the ghost and the most extraordinary and fantastic tragedy that ever excited the Paris upper classes, and I soon conceived the idea that this tragedy might reasonably be explained by the phenomena in question. He then goes on in the prologue to basically say, yeah, I did all this research, and he kind of names some of the people who appear in the story. And he's like, yeah, I read this person's memoirs and this, that, and the other. And he's like, and they all insisted to me that everything that was written in there was true. And so that's why there's still a question nowadays. Like, people still ask, was the Phantom of the Opera based on a true story? And I will say, sort of. It's sort of based on a true story. Some of the stuff that happened in there did actually happen. But some of the stuff in there, no one's super sure about. It could just be like a legend. You know what I mean?
Okay, what you're telling me, when you say it's sort of based on something true, by today's standards, that's almost like saying yes. We'll see. I'm seeing what you're talking about.
Well, I mean, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Aspects of it are based on real thing.
Okay.
Are based on real things.
Okay.
The story in its totality,
I had a feeling.
not so much.
I had a feeling that this is based on shit they knew about. But okay, go ahead.
So, should we do a plot synopsis?
Okay, go ahead.
Because, like I said, I kind of feel like, unless everybody says no, we already know that story.
Right.
But I do kind of feel like, even though there's been a lot of adaptations of it, I do kind of feel like the adaptations are different enough from the book. I don't know if enough people have read the book to know the actual like plot synopsis of
The book, the shit that happens in the book is very plausible if you have a modern understanding of serial killers. You're like, yeah, that shit probably did happen. But we'll see what Jenny says about it. I mean, I don't know what she's dug up yet. You know,
I dug up all kind of fun stuff. It's super fun.
Okay.
So let's do a plot synopsis. This is of the novel now. So the novel is set in the 1880s, okay? Which, you know, he wrote it in 1909. So, and he says in the prologue that it was, that the shit that happened was about 30 years ago. That's what he says in the prologue. Now, this is set at a real opera house, which is still there, and you can go there to this day if you want. They don't do operas there so much anymore. It's mostly now for ballet, but it's still there, called the Palais Garnier. Now, in the setting, like this opera house, supposedly haunted by an entity known as the Opera Ghost, like I said, or the OG, which that's very funny.
The OG.
So very early in the story, they find a stagehand whose name is Joseph Bouquet, and he is found hanging. Now, somebody finds him, and then they run off to tell somebody, as you would, and then when they come back, like the dude's still dead, but the rope is gone, which seems a little suspicious. So there's that. So there's one person dead at first. Now, no one's too worried about that, apparently, because they jump to this big kind of thing that they're doing. The two managers of the opera house are retiring. So they're having kind of like a big gala party type of thing. So at this party, they have this woman singing, Christine Daae. Now, she is very young, and she's not that well known. She's Swedish. So she actually gets called on to sing in place of the kind of diva, you know, the prima donna of the place, whose name is Carlotta, who is a Spanish soprano. She's sick. So Christine Daae gets called in to sing for her. Christine sings like, holy shit. Like, everyone is just kind of like, this is the voice of heaven. Ah, like, come down to, like, fucking, you know,
Suck a butt, motherfucker off. Yeah. Never know when heaven
to
comes
grace
down to
the
blow you off.
mortals.
Yeah.
Everyone is just astonished at this young woman who has seemingly come out of nowhere and is singing like a fucking angel. All of a sudden, everyone's just like flipping out about
That's
it.
how it was back then.
I guess so.
Everything was in person.
Well, yeah, they didn't have TV or the internet or
no
nothing.
internet.
You had to actually go and see
You
some
had to go
shit.
see it, and you're like, whoa.
And it was just like, yeah, it was super impressive. So it so happens that there's a guy at this performance named who's the Viscount Raoul, which we'll call him de Chaney. That's what his name is, but we'll call him Raoul. And he sees her up there and says, "Hey, I know that bitch."
Yeah. I know that bitch.
I'm writing the Jenny's version of it. I know that bitch.
It's fucking funny.
He doesn't say that in the actual novel. He says, "Hey, I remember her. Me and her grew up together. We were like friends when we were little.
Yeah.
And I was like super in love with her back in the day. And then he kind of realizes, and I think I'm still kind of in love with her because she's pretty awesome.
Tight
so
ass.
there's that.
It's got a tight ass.
I guess you could bounce a quarter off that.
Yeah.
Also, she sings really good. Yeah. So he goes to visit her, but I have to say, reading this book again, because like I said, I read it when I was a teenager, I think, and I hadn't read it since then. So I reread it over the last couple days for the show, and I was like, Raoul kind of sucks. He's not really that great of it. Like, I'm not saying the Phantom's any better. I'm just saying that Christine really needed to either just be single or find like a way better dude than either of these two, because the options are just really not. Raoul was just like slightly less of a murdery dick, because he's still kind of a dick. He didn't kill anybody, I don't think, but he's still kind of a dick though. So Raoul says, "Oh, I'm gonna go like backstage." So he goes backstage and he listens at her dressing room door and hears her talking to somebody, like talking to a man. And he gets kind of like, even though seriously, all he did was like sit in the audience and listen to her sing and be like, "Hey, I remember I loved that girl and I think I still love her." And then he goes back and listens. He hasn't even talked to her yet or nothing. And he's listening to her at the door. And then he gets mad because he's like, "Oh, that bitch has like a man in that room." And, you know, and then he gets all like butthurt about it. And then she like comes out and he goes in there afterward, but there's nobody in there. He's like, "What the fuck? Okay, who the fuck was talking to her?" So at this point, Raoul goes to Christine and like gets all in her face about like, "Who is that in your room?" And she doesn't like tell him to fuck off, which I would have done, but says, "Oh, that's the angel of music." Because then she goes into this long thing, like when she was a kid, her dad, who was like this master violinist, he told her, like before he died, he said, when I die, I'm going to go to heaven and I'm going to tell the angel of music, because she was like super talented, like musically. So I'm going to tell the angel of music to come and visit you and train you in music so you'll be like super awesome. So I'm going to do that. So she believed that. And so this voice that's been talking to her in her dressing room, she actually believes is this angel of music that was sent to her by her dad. So she tells Raoul that, and he straight up laughs at her face. Which, like I said, I'm listening to this audiobook, I'm like, man, what an asshole. Because she, like, very seriously, like, very earnestly says, "That's the angel of music. He talks to me, like, in my dressing room." And he's like, "What the fuck? What the hell's the matter with you?" So, yeah. Raoul just says, "I think somebody's, like, playing a prank." And she's just like, "Fuck off." And she runs away. Now, there's also a thing where he follows her. Because, again, Raoul, he's not really much better, I gotta say. So he follows her, and she goes to her dad's grave, and he hears this, like, beautiful violin music, which I kind of think for a second he maybe thinks is, like, her dad playing the violin from beyond the grave, because, like I said, he was, like, a super hot violin player. And, but then he sees, like, this weird figure, like, this dark figure, and he, like, tries to, jump on it, but it gets away. And he gets knocked out. So back at the opera house, the new managers have taken over. Now there's a lot of stuff in the book where the new managers, these two guys, are kind of like the comic relief, I want to say. because it kind of like goes back and forth, and I know this was like serialized at first, but it kind of goes back and forth like to these two new managers, and they're just like absolutely convinced that this whole opera ghost thing is the biggest prank ever, so they're trying to like figure out what the fuck is going on with it and trying to like uncover who's behind it, because they just think the whole thing's ridiculous. But they get a letter from the opera ghost, or the OG. And the OG says, he sends these letters that are very articulate. They're always in red ink. And, but they're kind of like, the handwriting is kind of like, looks like a kid's handwriting a little bit, like it says in the book. So basically the OG, he has like all of these things. He's like, look, I had this situation with the old managers where they paid me, what was it, 200,000 francs? It was like some huge sum. And they paid me, this once a month. And they kept aside like box 5 for me. And they couldn't sell it because that's my box. And so he had like demands, you know what I'm saying? And so he's like, so we had an arrangement, so are we going to have the new arrangement? But the new managers are like, yeah, we are not having this arrangement because we think this is like a prank. So basically, this letter says that you have to let Christine be the role of Marguerite in Faust. Like, fuck that Carlotta chick. And also he says you have to leave box 5 empty all the time because I use it. Or if you don't do that, then he basically says, then your opera house will have a curse on it. That's what he says. So again, the managers are just kind of like, fuck this. This is crazy. We're not like kowtowing to like some fucking random like opera ghost. What the fuck? And like people keep coming to them. There are like many scenes of like people coming to them being like, look, we've seen the opera ghost. It's no joke. And they're just like, what the fuck ever. I was like, what even? We can't even. So they're just trying to like get to the bottom of it. But like I said, a lot of it's kind of like funny. They keep going back and forth. So they ignore the demands of the opera ghost, and they sell box 5 to like some other motherfuckers. You know, they do other things that piss the Phantom off. They let Carlotta sing Marguerite instead of Christine. And so basically what happens, because Carlotta sings the role that Christine was supposed to sing, at one point, and I'm not entirely sure how the Phantom does this. I guess it's because of it's ventriloquy, because they do kind of explain at the end, like in a Scooby-Doo sort of way, like how, no, it is kind of like that, like how the Phantom did all the shit, because he wasn't like supernatural. He was just like a guy, but he had like all these kind of like talents, so he could do stuff. But at one point, like Carlotta is singing the role, and she's like super awesome, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, it's so awesome! She's the best!" and all this other stuff. And then like during one aria, I think she starts like croaking or like quacking like a duck, and she can't. And like she tries to like sing again, and she's like sings, and it's like quacking. And then she's like, fuck, man, what the hell's going on? And everybody, it's funny, like the description of this like cracked me up like when I was listening to it, because everybody, they're like, well, if it had been anybody but her, like everyone would immediately have just started heckling. Yeah. But because it was her, it was Carlotta, it was like this big, like, it's fucking Carlotta. And and she's perfect. And then she like was singing, and then she started like croaking. And then everyone's like just went totally silent. Like they couldn't like figure out what the fuck was going on. And she couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on. Like I said, it might have been a ventriloquy thing. I don't know if they ever like really established that. But so yeah, so she does that. And then there's like a big thing where the chandelier, like after that happens, like the chandelier falls down into the audience and crushes the person that, this woman that was it's like it wounds a lot of people, obviously. But it kills this one woman who, she was the woman that the new managers had hired to take the place of the box manager from the Phantom's box. Because he basically said, I want her to stay here. Madame Geary, her name was. He's like, I want her to stay here because she's been here forever. She already knows what I like. And she's actually been to the new manager and said, hey, the opera ghost is real. I haven't seen him, but I've heard him talking to me. He leaves me tips. And he has like a particular kind of like way he likes things, and you shouldn't fuck with it. And the new managers fired her because they thought she was nuts. And that was one of his conditions, was like, I want her reinstated. But they didn't reinstate her. They fired her, and they hired this new woman. and the new woman was sitting in the crowd, and the chandelier comes down and kills her. So there's that. Now, basically, what happens too, then the Phantom comes and kidnaps Christine from the dressing room and takes her down to his lair, like underneath the opera house.
Have you told them who the Phantom is supposed to be?
Well, we haven't got to that yet.
Okay.
We haven't got to that yet. I'll
Okay.
get to that. Like,
Okay.
let's
You're
just
gonna
be
get to it.
patient.
Okay.
Tyler says, the Phantom sounds like an incel serial killer version of Batman. He is kinda.
Kinda. And
Kinda.
Dark Man.
Yeah. Well, that's why we brought up Dark... Well, like I said, when we were talking about Darkman, like, Sam Raimi wanted, like, a superhero movie, but based on, like, old Universal movies. Like Hunchback of Notre Dame, Invisible Man, Phantom of the Opera, that kind of stuff. So there was that, too. So he kidnaps her and says, okay, so I'm actually not a ghost. I'm a deformed person named Eric. Now, prior to this... people all around the opera house, people that worked there, like the dancers and stuff, had seen him around. And they always described him the same way. And like I said, in the movies, especially like after, like post the Andrew Lloyd Webber one, I kind of feel like they kind of just made him, like just half his face is a little bit fucked up. And there was like the half mask, which we'll get into why they did that later. But in the original book, he looks really fucked up. They said he basically looks like a walking corpse, like like he's skeletal. He's super skinny. Like he's always well dressed, but he looks like a skeleton, and his face looks like a skull. And so when they see him, they see like the skull face, but sometimes he has a mask on, but it's usually like a full face mask. I'll get into that later too. But they said he looks like a skull. And like his eyes are like are so far back in his sockets that they look like just like sockets, like without eyes in them. But then they're like kind of glow, like a cat's eyes, like in the dark. So there's that too. He's not magical though; he's just a dude. But you know, they're I guess they're kind of like trying to build him up a little bit as being like fun, a little bit supernatural. But so basically, he takes Christine down to the lair for a few days. Now, she takes his mask off and sees his fucked up face. And he says to her, well, now that you've seen my face, you're going to leave, so now I can't let you leave. So now you have to stay here forever. But Christine, she stays there for a couple weeks, and then she's like, okay, well, he's like, I'll let you leave if you wear my ring, like a wedding ring type thing, and, like, don't fuck around with other dudes.
Yeah.
Basically. Which
You're
she
mine.
probably wasn't gonna. Yeah, she's basically you're mine now. So she talks her way out of the shit. Probably, smart. So at this point, like, she runs off and tells Raoul, who, like I said, is not a great deal better, but I mean, it's like, it's a step up, I guess. So she tells Raoul, this Phantom opera ghost person, it's a real person, it's not a ghost. He kidnapped me, and you have to, like, get me the fuck out of here, because he's gonna, like, kidnap me and kill me, maybe. I don't know what the fuck he's gonna do. So Raoul says, okay, I'll do that. But what Christine decides to do, she feels bad for Eric, the Phantom, and she's like, well, okay, tonight I'll sing one last thing. Because I feel bad, I'll sing one last thing, just so it's kind of like a goodbye type situation, even though the Phantom doesn't know that's what it is. But because Christine and Raoul apparently have no peripheral vision, they don't see that the Phantom listens to their whole entire conversation and knows the whole fucking plan. So he gets mad, obviously. So he abducts Christine again, like when they're doing Faust, and basically says, you have to marry me or else. At this point, like, Raoul comes in contact with the opera regular known as the Persian, who is apparently the person who, in the lore of the story, the Persian is the guy that told all of this story to Gaston Leroux. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, he was the guy
He had the letters, too.
Yeah, apparently. That's who this character supposedly is. So the Persian meets up with Raoul, and they're like, okay, well, we have to go get Christine back. So they go down to the bowels of the opera house, and they end up in what is essentially like a series of like torture chamber type things. He has like he's been busy down there, the Phantom. There's this one room, and it's like a bunch of mirrors, And basically he traps them in there. I think there's a room too where he like can he like heat it up and like make like dry them out or
From
something.
what I remember, it was the same room. It was a room. I guess it was an octagon with mirrors.
The Octagon.
Yeah.
With Chuck Norris.
And in the center, it had a metallic tree with razor sharp leaves on it that would rotate, and it had crystals on the end of it, crystal leaves.
Yeah.
And lights shining on it.
Like
that
I said,
would
he's been
dazzle
busy.
you. And it would spin like a merry-go-round. And evidently, it kind of like would make music when it would go, kind of like a what do you call that thing? A music box.
Yeah.
And it had central heating. It would pump hot air into it. And the idea is that it would make you think that you were out in the middle of a desert around a fucking silver tree. And the idea was to kind of dehydrate you like you were in the desert and make you go insane from crazy music. And you would climb up on the tree and hurt yourself on these fucking razor sharp leaves. That was from what I remembered from the book. It didn't work in the book, though. It was just it was supposed to take days to kill you, and the guy that they
he had all
trapped in
kind
there
of shit like that.
was only in there for a few hours. But it was kind of a. It had lights that came in through the ceiling, if I remember correctly, and they were kind of like gas lamps that shone through magnifying glasses, if I remember correctly, from the ceiling. So it had things that were like high tech for the 1800s. Overhead lighting, gas-powered overhead lighting, a tree that rotated that was like a music box, and central heating. You know, it didn't get like 200 degrees. It got like 100-something degrees in there, like the desert.
But if you were in there long enough, like without water, you'd probably die.
Right. You were supposed to be in there it was supposed to kill you dying of thirst and make you insane.
Yeah.
So plausible. Kind of like something that H.H. Holmes maybe would wish that he had. And according to the book, in Eric's background, he would have had the intelligence and the money to do this. Because he had money, according to the book.
Well, as I said, I mean, he had money from before, and also he
Right.
was getting, like, essentially a stipend from the previous managers of the Opera House.
Yeah.
That were giving, I think it was 200,000 francs, if I remember. It's like, I was listening to it, like, over the last couple of days. I think it was 200,000. I don't know what that is in today's money. It sounds like a lot of money. But they were giving it to him, like, every month. Then there was, like, kind of a plot point where the new managers didn't want to do any of this shit because they didn't believe the opera ghost was real.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of, like, shit going back and forth.
I don't
with
know
that.
if you mentioned it or not because I've been in and out of the room, but according to the book, Eric had worked as an interrogator and torturer for a Middle Eastern potentate.
I mean, I'll get into that in a little bit. Like I said, I'm just doing kind of like a plot synopsis, and then I'll kind of get into. But yeah, they do kind of go into Eric's backstory.
Yeah.
A lot of Eric's backstory is kind of relegated to the prologue.
Yeah.
And some of his character is based on a guy who may or may not have existed.
Yeah.
Like a legend about a guy.
According to the book, he was working for a sultan. If I remember, it was a sultan.
Yeah.
Did they say what country it was?
I can't remember.
been a
I thought
long
it
time.
was shit.
I think he just said Arabia.
I don't remember if it was maybe
Arabia or Persia.
I think it was Persia.
So,
Or maybe Turkey.
Iran or Turkey. And evidently, according to the book, from what I remember, he was working for a rich dude, a king, basically. And he was a genius, a right-hand man to the king in the intelligence community, doing intel work, with fucking torturing the king's enemies, making a bunch of money, and engineering defenses and buildings and palaces for this sultan, and he had a shit ton of money. Plausible, but I don't know if it actually happened. But it does explain where all this money came from. And from what I remember, he kept himself covered up and was basically just a high caliber architect and intelligence operative for some sultan. That's plausible. I don't know if it actually happened though. We'll see what Jenny says.
Oracle says the Persian is the closest thing the story has to a real hero. I may have opinions on the subject. No, I agree with you on that.
Well, that was one of the weird things about the story when I was reading about it. It doesn't have a classical structure of heroes and villains in a certain way.
Everyone kind of sucks.
Yeah, everyone kind of sucks.
Well, Christine doesn't suck. She's just like an innocent victim. But like all the dudes in this are kind of terrible.
There is not a big difference.
To varying degrees.
There's not a big difference between them. Even Eric, who's the Phantom, has an element of victim to him. I mean, he's kind of... He didn't choose this, you know.
I was kind of struck by, because I already knew that like the Phantom was like kind of like the villain. Even though he's a sympathetic villain, he's still absolutely a villain. I was kind of struck rereading the book about how much of a shit Raoul was. Yeah. Who was supposedly, you know, that he was kind of like the White Knight or the guy that was going to save her, and he was still kind of a douche. Which I mean, he just, it
was shit like that made me believe that Gaston, what Gaston was saying is that this may have been something that actually happened.
Well, I don't know if it was so much that, but it was just the conventions of the time. Yeah. That's kind of just like, because I kind of feel like because I read a lot of horror stories and stuff like that from this period, and that's just kind of like what the conventions of the time were.
There's normally black and white.
Yeah, like good the people... And honestly, even the heroes in a lot of horror stories, like if they're men, act like this, and that's just like the way men acted. So it's like nobody thought that it was like nowadays you'd be like, what the fuck, what an asshole. Yeah. But back then, I guess nobody thought he was an asshole. He's totally an asshole.
As I read it back in the very early 2000s, it just had a fucking ring of truth to it. Although maybe Gaston fooled me. I mean, I don't know.
I think he might have.
Okay.
Although I have to say, I really like, and I'm going to say, like I said, nobody knows. It was a long time ago. But if he did do it, I was like, it's pretty genius the way he kind of wove together reality. Because like I said, a lot of the stuff was based on real shit and fiction in a way that people are still asking about it nowadays. I just kind of feel like...
He swore that it happened, but we'll see.
I know, but...
We'll see.
We'll get into that in a little bit. Okay. We'll just say. But yeah.
You know how Jenny is.
Well, I'm skeptical.
She's very skeptical.
I'm naturally
I'm mostly skeptical, but there's something very human about this story.
I mean, something like this might have happened, but something to this degree seems unlikely to me. Okay. But a lot of the aspects of it are based on real shit that happened. So I will say that. But we'll get into that in a little bit. I'm still doing the plot synopsis. So yeah. So at this point, like I said, so there's the torture chamber. Raoul and the Persian are in there. Yeah, I couldn't remember for a second. They're in the secret lair. They're trapped in the mirror room. And the Phantom basically says to Christine, you have to marry me or I'm going to blow this whole shit up. And he shows her. He has like a whole room full of like big barrels full of gunpowder. And he shows her these two things, these two like levers kind of. One of them has a grasshopper on it, and one of them has a scorpion on it. The grasshopper one, he's like, that means that you don't want to marry me. That means the opera house is going to blow up. The scorpion one, if you turn that, that means you will marry me, and it'll flood the room with the gunpowder. It'll get it all wet, and so it won't work. And at this point, she's kind of like, well, wait, maybe they both will make the shit blow up. You know what I mean? Yeah. But she's like, well, okay, I'll marry you fine. I don't want you to blow up everything. So she does it. And it does work. It does actually like flood the shit, but it also starts to flood the chamber that the Persian and Raoul are in. Oh, it should be noted too that earlier Eric drowned Raoul's brother, who had come down there looking for Raoul. So he drowned him too. So again, this is a victim count. This is pretty high. He kills a bunch of people. So she does agree to marry him. Now basically... she's like, okay, I'll be your wife, just spare them. You know, that's what she says. She offers to be his quote-unquote living bride. Because I'm not really sure what the implications of that were. I think that she was going to kill herself, and, like, initially, after they got married. But then she said, no, I'll actually, like, stay alive and, like, endure the marriage if you don't kill Raoul and the Persian, you know? So Eric does actually release them from the torture chamber. So Eric then, he's alone with Christine, and he picks his mask up, which, like I said, it's a full face mask. It's not the half mask. It's not the domino mask. It's not that. It's a full face. He picks it, and it's black in the book. It's not white. So he picks it up and kisses her forehead. And she kisses him back. And this blows his mind so much because he says he's never been kissed before, even by his mother. And this, like, flips him out to such a degree that people talk about people being snowflakes nowadays. Holy crap. Back then, it's like you have like some little emotion. Everybody's just like, men and women are both like fucking fainting all over the place. They just can't take it. So he's so overcome that she would kiss him back willingly, kind of, that he just starts like sobbing and breaking down and shit like that. And she says, you know, she kind of like hugs him and like talks about how sorry she is for him. And then he just like is reduced to like a blubbering mess, pretty much. Now, basically then he lets Christine go. But he says, you have to come back when I'm going to die. You have to come back and visit me and return the ring that I gave you. And he says to the Persian, go to the newspaper and report my death. Because I'm going to die soon because all this love is overwhelming me, man. And I just can't take it because I've never had it before. Which is like, it's sad, but like I said, Victorians. So there was that. So Christine goes back to Eric's lair after he dies, just like she promised she would. And she buries him where he won't be found and returns the gold ring to his finger. And then apparently, this according to the book, a local newspaper runs a little ad or a little, article that says, Eric is dead. That's all it says. And then Christine and Raoul run off together and get married. Why'd she marry Raoul? Just, you could have done better, girl. Just saying. Raoul was such a jerk. I mean, you know what I mean? He was just, it's one thing that struck me, like, rereading this book. I'm like, God, Raoul's a jerk. God damn it. Like I said, the Phantom, he's a villain. So it's like everybody, like, expects him to be terrible. But Raoul was supposed to be the hero, nominally. And I was like, he's still kind of an asshole, though. Holy shit. But,
I think Gaston was good with writing. He didn't want to.
It's a fun book. I had a good time, like, rereading it.
He didn't want to, I guess he didn't want people to sound perfect or stereotypical. Kind of like they were usually back then. I don't know. But, I don't know. You think these people actually existed?
Some of them are based on real people.
Yeah.
But we'll get into that in a second.
Okay.
So in the epilogue, Gaston Leroux talks about Eric's backstory. Now, he says that he got this info from the Persian, who he says is like a real person. Although I don't think he ever names who the Persian is. But he was supposedly like
Persian guy.
A regular, that Persian guy. The only one.
Well, the
only non-white person that comes in.
He had a hard time finding everybody who saw this.
Convenient.
And, well, that's what it would be. He was like, it was 20-something years, and they all fucking moved on, and everything had changed in France during all that time, and he said he eventually did find this guy. And after talking to him, it turned out that he had some letters written from the Phantom to the girl. And that he read them and he checked out the handwriting. Because he knew the girl's handwriting, and he said that he said he thought they were forged. Because it was too good to be true. But then he said,
and he did kind of say in the prologue that it's like all this shit could be forged. He did kind of say something like that.
Yeah, he did. And he said he checked it out, and it fucking handwriting checked out. That, this did seem to be her handwriting. At least on her end of the fucking correspondence. Although, think about this. If you have two people writing fucking letters to each other, what's the chances that both sides of that correspondence ends up in the hand of somebody's boss?
That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't usually happen that way.
That's what I'm saying.
But,
But I will say, I'm just going to say right now, because Marley Mars says, I honestly don't think the story is true. I don't think it is either. aspects of it are true, for sure, which I'm going to get into in a bit. But maybe the architecture aspect is probably true. Yes, it is. Some people think this is based on a true story. Yes, some people do. And Oracle says the architecture is pretty realistic. Yeah, we'll get into that in a bit. Honestly, I do think that Gaston Leroux was actually maybe kind of a genius, because he wrote this story, maybe because of his background in journalism, because he was a reporter.
He knew what a true story sounded like.
He knew what a true story sounded like,
Yeah.
and it's almost kind of like, I almost want to say it was like a very early aspect of found footage, which, like I said, is not that crazy. Like, it's not that modern a concept. If you look back at a lot of Victorian era literature, which I read a lot of them were trying to make the shit seem real by doing like frame stories where the person would be like, I'm this like distinguished scientist, blah, 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 or adventurer or whatever, and I don't usually believe in this kind of thing, but listen to this crazy shit that happened to me. And they're like telling a thing that happened to them. So there was like this kind of trend in literature of this era to make things seem like a true story. Just like I said, it's the same thing behind found footage, where it's scarier if you think maybe it really happened. And I do think there was a literary precedent for that. I mean, like I said, even in Dracula, which I don't think Bram Stoker like tried to make that seem like a true story, but the way he presented it as a series of newspaper articles, as a series of diary entries, things like that. So he kind of wanted to make it look like a real story as much as possible at the time. So I think people think of the concept of found footage or ARGs or something like that as being a modern concept, and it's totally not. A lot of, if you go back and read a lot of like horror fiction, gothic fiction from the late 19th century, early 20th century, a lot of it has frame stories that is somebody saying, this is absolutely true, and, you know, I don't usually believe in this kind of thing, but that's how it happened. So there's a lot of that going on.
Even certain aspects of Lovecraft kind of fucking was a little bit like
and
that.
he was very influenced by
Right.
that. That's why it comes
Right.
across like that. It's scarier if you think maybe this shit really happened, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you think that. So even back then, they had figured that out. So what Gaston Leroux did, in a way, like, the more I kind of like looked into it, I was like, wow, if this dude was like, this was like pretty genius for the time, even though other people have been doing it too. But he took some shit that really did happen. He took a lot of stuff that really happened, which I'll get into in a minute, and he wove a story about it
through it.
And it really seems like, to this day, people are still kind of like, wait, did that shit really happen? You know what I mean? Because he was just so good at like weaving it through there that it really did seem like, because he used enough stuff. You know, the place that he used, the opera house he used, that's a real place. You know, some of the characters are based on real people, and he used real events so much so skillfully that there's still people that think that maybe the whole shit really happened.
So what Jenny is saying, she's saying if this didn't happen, Gaston was a beast. He could lie his ass off by taking shit that really did happen and weave a narrative through it that would make you fucking doubt fiction.
And I think that's what he did.
Okay, well,
I think that's what he did.
Show me later when we get to it.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to say that Gaston had me going. Reading it, I was like, this matches up with what we know about serial killers. And there's physical evidence left behind.
I mean, there's fascinating shit. I got fascinated by like the real aspects of the story too, because he did use a lot of real shit in this story. So there is that.
Shit that Eric does in this tale is the kind of things that serial killers would do.
Yeah.
And they didn't have a term serial killer.
No, I mean, like I said, they had the concept. H.H. Holmes had been around. Jack the Ripper had been around. So they knew,
but
they
they
had
didn't
seen
know the
it.
pattern. They didn't really.
No, but they had seen it before.
The psychology wasn't in the zeitgeist. But maybe a smart motherfucker like Gaston could figure it out. Or put himself in the shoes of a person like that.
And Marley Mars actually said this quite well. Said, so in a way, Gaston puts himself as Gaston the reporter.
Yeah.
Interesting, and I think smart for himself to be a character in his own story, which is what I've always thought. Yeah, I think that's exactly what he did.
Maybe.
He inserted himself in the story because he started out as a reporter, and then he went into, like, writing fiction, which I'll get into in a bit.
I thought it was a mixture of fiction
and
reality.
It is.
And that maybe the Phantom had actually existed, but we'll see. I mean, I think
as
it stands right now, Jenny hasn't disproven to me, but as it stands right now, I think the Phantom was based on maybe
whether that person existed. I'm going to say right now, nobody knows for sure.
Okay.
There were some legends that he based it on, but there is no proof that a person like that actually existed, and it might have just been like urban legend.
Exhibit A. As Gaston was dying on his deathbed, his relatives were like, did that actually happen? He said, yeah, it did. At least he believed it. According to his relatives.
Or he wanted to, like, continue. He wanted to continue the
Or he wanted to
story.
continue the story.
He's like, I don't want to, like, shit on everybody's, like, enjoyment of it. He could have been thinking that, too.
Could be he didn't want to disappoint people. That they wanted to believe it was real. But according to his relatives, he said, no, it happened. I investigated it, and I based a story based on what I found. Some of the physical aspects, some of the physical evidence lines up with what he's saying.
Yeah, but like I said, I mean, it would be pretty easy.
Did he write a fucking story around the physical evidence? I don't know.
Well, like I said, it'd be very easy for me to take a real event. And actually, I'm working on a novel right now.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. Which is based on a real murder that happened. But I'm fictionalizing it. But I'm using a lot of the aspects and a lot of the stuff that actually really happened in real life. But I'm fictionalizing it. So
Jenny's intelligent ass can say whatever the fuck she wants. When I was reading fucking Gaston Leroux back in like 2002, 2003, I'm reading it and I'm going, I got a feeling this shit really happened. And all the serial killer elements were weaving into the story, and I was like, if he made this up, man, he is way ahead of his time. Something like this probably did happen, and he's writing this story based upon what he found. And this matches up with what we know about serial killers. Including the way he looked. She hasn't gotten to that yet. I know what she's going to get at. In Dominguez Elementary School, when I was a kid down in California, I went to school with a kid who kind of looked a little bit like described in this book. But then Jenny came up and says, no, you know, it looks even better. And then she talked about something else. I was like, yeah. Because I've seen pictures of the disease that she was talking about. And that fits more closely with what is described in the Phantom of the Opera. So even if this shit didn't happen, plausible. It could have happened. Everything in the story, everything we know about human behavior, everything we know about certain diseases, this shit could have happened. It's not
wild. Could have, but did it?
It could have happened.
But
it may have happened. Well, I'm not totally convinced, but go ahead.
Zach says, oh, new book, Jenny, can't wait. Yeah, it's going to be a while.
Yeah.
I'm only on chapter 7. But yeah, I'm basing it on a real murder, but I'm fictionalizing it, and I'm doing some fancy shit around the edges. We'll see how it turns out. I'm happy with it so far, but it's kind of hard going. I'm just gonna say. So what are we talking about? Okay, so in the epilogue, you have Gaston talking about Eric's life, or at least what he could piece together from the Persian. According to the Persian, this is the epilogue of the book now. Eric was the son of a construction business owner. He was born deformed, and we'll get into this because some of the adaptations have different reasons for his deformity. But he was supposedly born deformed, and he ran away from where he was born in Normandy, and he worked in like fairs and carnivals and stuff. And he got schooled in the arts of the circus, stage magic, ventriloquy, and he was really good at that, across Europe and Asia. And eventually, he was also an architectural genius. So he started building palaces with, like, you know, trick walls and secret passages and shit like that. Like, and he kind of became known for doing that. So he gets hired by the Sultan of Asia Minor and was part of some political assassinations. He was really good at strangling people. That was kind of his, you know, his main thing that he did. So he was kind of a fighter. The Sultan be like, hey, go kill this guy, so he'd go strangle them, and that's how it went. Now, this is kind of like brought up in the book a little bit because that was one of the ways that he would kill people, was like with ropes and stuff. And he had this thing in the book that was kind of like a, what was it? I kind of feel like the way he described it was like a pole with like a rope on the end or something, like a long distance strangling.
Well, that's easy
mechanism.
That was a very common tool.
He was supposedly really good at that.
You still use it today in capturing animals. You use a long pipe, like a PVC pipe, and you put a fucking rope down the end of it, and then you link it around so you have a fucking noose, and then it goes back up to the pipe. So you put it over an animal's head and pull it. Now you have an animal on the end of a pipe. It's not to kill an animal though. It's to control an animal. A wild animal.
I've seen those.
It's to capture.
I've seen those.
But you can kill somebody with something like that.
Sure.
Easily. But that's an old trick. So, yes, that exists.
It's kind of like the movie review that I'm putting up later this week, Dario Argento's Trauma, which has a serial killer who uses a mechanized garrote to squinch people's heads off.
Right.
So, you know.
People say, well, why would you do that? Well, if it's on the end of a pole, they can't run at you and attack you. You have them fucking trapped at the end of that damn pole. And you could just pull on it like that.
In the book, like, whenever anybody's, like, running at Eric, they're always like, put your hand up like that so he can't, like, get the fucking thing around your neck and shit like that.
Yeah.
Which I thought
it's
was
a way
like
of capturing animals.
Sure.
Animal control uses things like that. More modern versions of it. Yeah.
So apparently, according to the book, this is in the epilogue, so he goes to France and he starts his own construction business, at which point he was hired to work on the Palais Garnier, which is a real opera house. We'll get into that in a little bit, where the Phantom of the Opera is set. And he was supposed to work on the foundations, and he's like, ooh, while I'm down here, I'm gonna build myself a fucking lair, as you would.
Yeah.
So he builds like all kind of secret passages and fucking tunnels and all kind of shit.
Yeah. Now
there.
in the book, from what I remembered, what they're talking about is underneath the fucking theater house, was a cave, and a cave had an underground lake, and that lake had a fucking island on it, which is there. Okay.
Well, the island's not there.
I thought the island was there.
No, it's not.
Okay.
I'll get into that.
Okay. She knows the detail. I thought that the island was actually there, but there's an
it's
underground lake. And on it, evidently, he built kind of like a mansion. And I don't remember in the book exactly what it says. It's been so long, but he had people bring stuff down there, and then he assembled it himself, like you would a wooden house. But it was evidently supposed to be a pretty big wooden house, if I remember correctly. I think some of it might have been stone, but if I remember correctly from the book, most of it was wood. I mean, do you remember?
I mean, he had a lair down there that, I don't remember if they said it was wood or stone, but I'm going by, because like I said, there is something under there, but it's not exactly like it was described in the book.
Okay. All right.
So, yeah.
That would be, okay, look, if that island isn't there, that would be a deal breaker for this book.
It's not.
It's not?
Nope.
Okay. Let's see, Jenny's fucking me up already.
It's not an island. There's not an island.
I'll get into what that is. Island.
No. I'll get into what that is.
I'm telling the audience. The book says there's an island down there underneath the opera house, And then you had to get into a boat and row out to this island. And on that island was Eric's mansion, basically. And in that mansion, Gaston was talking about an H.H. Holmes style torture palace, was basically what it was, with living quarters and musical instruments and an organ and it was supposed to be pretty nice, but then it had a bunch of torture rooms in there, like a maze. That's what's described in the book, from what I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's not what it looks like in real life.
But that's not what's there in real life.
No.
Okay.
I've seen photos.
If that's not what's down there, if there isn't an island big enough for that,
No.
then he's making this up.
Well, yeah, that's what I've been trying to tell you.
Okay.
That's not what it looks like. I've seen pictures of it. It's still there. You
Yeah,
can go
it's not
look
big
at it.
enough?
It's not situated the way you're imagining.
Okay. Okay.
DJ Maniac says, "Ooh, I just watched Trauma for the first time a few weeks ago. Grizzly MO. It was. Honestly, I'm putting the review up on Saturday or Friday if you're a patron. I had not seen that movie for so long, and I was like, oh, I forgot how fucking fucked up. Because you know how I'm weird about beheading. But yeah, squinching people's heads off with as Tom Savini called it, a noosomatic, was that's pretty fucked up. It made an impression, I'm gonna say. So let's talk about Gaston Leroux, the person, and where he got the inspiration for this story. Now, Leroux, so apparently, I think Oracle mentioned this earlier, he was going to be a lawyer, and he actually had a large inheritance, but he blew the inheritance gambling. So don't gamble, folks. You're just pissing your fucking money away. But yeah, so he had to get a job. So when he had to get a job, he started working as a reporter for a newspaper called L'Echo de Paris, or the Paris Echo, if you'd rather. Like I said, I took French for 4 years, but my accent is terrible. So when he worked at this newspaper, he was like a courtroom reporter, and he would also write about dramas. So I guess he would go to plays and see them and review them and whatnot. So he did that. So he got to travel around a lot for his job. But after a while, he was like, well, he kind of wanted to more go in a fiction direction. He was a big fan of Edgar Allan Poe, and also a big fan of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. So he wanted to write crime thrillers or mysteries. So that's what he first started out doing. So Phantom of the Opera was actually not his first fiction story. He had actually written a couple of ones prior to that. Oh, so Tom's coming back.
Yeah. What happened to my drink?
I don't know.
Damn. I had to go get the water.
Are you really this drunk already? He puts his things down and he can't. Although, to be fair, he does that when he's sober too. Where are my glasses? I just had them. And then he's fucking searching all over and he can't find them. Oh, I know. It's hell getting old, kids. It really is. I wanted him to come back because I wanted him to hear this because he's super excited about this story, but he keeps wandering off. So I didn't want to get too far into it when he wasn't here. Marley Mars says, "Oh man, I gotta get going, guys. Have a nice day, everyone." Aw, well, we're sorry to see you go, but I understand everybody can't hang out with us for 4 or 5 hours on a Wednesday night. Let me see. Yeah, dog catchers use that poll. Yeah, I understand that poll that he's talking about. And then Camp Guy also said the writer probably saw a homeless dude living under the theater and got this idea. Honestly, I think the idea for it came from many different sources, which, like I said, we'll get into.
Okay.
So, you back?
Yeah, you want a drink? Are you okay?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
All right. So, as I mentioned earlier, and you weren't here, so I'm saying this for your benefit. So he started out as a courtroom reporter, and also he critiqued dramas, so he would go to plays and write about them.
So he knew literature well.
Yeah.
And knew storytelling.
So, because like I said, he'd got a huge inheritance from his family, but he blew it gambling. So he had to get a real job. So there was that. So he goes to Paris and becomes a writer. Now, he was really, really into Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, obviously, writer of Sherlock Holmes, and he was really into Edgar Allan Poe. So he wanted to, write some thriller shit, crime, mystery, that kind of stuff. So in 1907, a couple years before he wrote Phantom of the Opera, he wrote a mystery story called The Mystery of the Yellow Room. And in 1908, I didn't even know this. Listen to this, you guys. 1908, he wrote a mystery called The Perfume of the Lady in Black. I was looking at his fucking bio and I was like, holy shit, I've seen a giallo that was called that. That's got to be based on that shit. It is. Perfume of the Lady in Black, written in 1908, was made into a movie a bunch of times, 5 or 6 times, starting in 1914. That was, I think, the first movie adaptation. But they made an Italian giallo movie in 1974 because I've seen it. And I was just kind of like, I didn't even realize that was based on one of his fucking books. So that blew my fucking mind. But it's, it's just little things like that. So I was like, holy crap, I've seen that movie. That's a good movie. I even wrote a big long thing about it on my blog a long time ago. But yeah, so he wrote that too. Now, 1909, as we mentioned earlier, he first started writing Phantom of the Opera as a serialized novel. It came out as a whole novel in 1910. Now, the setting of Phantom of the Opera is an actual Paris opera house. It is still there to this day. It's beautiful, actually, called the Palais Garnier. Now, this opera house, very Baroque. I love it. It was actually built at the behest of Napoleon, because
Bonaparte.
As in Bonaparte.
Yeah.
What happened was that he was going to the old opera house, which I'll get into in a bit, and some shit blew up because someone was trying to assassinate him. So he decided, well, when the old one burned down, he's like, well, we need a new one that's closer to the palace, so there's less space for me to get assassinated in.
Now, when you think of opera house, look, you understand, these were the television sets of the era. You know what I mean? You had to go somewhere to see a show. It was a physical location. It was kind of like the internet of the era. So you were like, wow, opera house. That was all they had. It was kind of like the internet of the time.
I don't mind operas.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind. I would have gone to see operas back in the day.
It was just a thing of the era.
Movie theaters nowadays, you can go and see Met operas live on the big screen. You can still see that nowadays.
They would show an opera and it would be new and fucking from the best fucking directors and the best fucking performers, and it was like you were seeing some serious shit, man. See fucking Amadeus. The movie Amadeus. It'll fucking...
Amadeus is one of my favorite movies of all time.
That will explain that scene.
It's not historically accurate.
No, but
much.
It does encapsulate that fucking scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, watching that movie, I mean, it came out in '84. I think it won Best Picture, actually.
It's a good fun movie.
I love that movie.
Yeah,
I've seen it that was, fun fact, that was the first movie that I bought on DVD.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh my God, look at it.
Amadeus.
Yeah. And
Amadeus was a fun movie about fucking opera.
Yeah.
You'd be like, how could opera be fun? See the fucking movie.
No, it's
fun.
fun.
They weren't what you think they were.
Honestly,
they were
Mozart,
awesome.
as a person,
he's a rock star.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
I've read...
Piece of shit. Crazy motherfucker.
No, he wasn't like he was in the movie exactly.
Yeah. In that movie, he was just annoying, but I thought...
But still kind of lovable. Honestly, I've read several biographies of Mozart. He was kind of like that, but not as exaggerated. But Mozart was a fascinating person. He was a fascinating person. It was so fascinating, like I said, that I've read several biographies.
Those honkies were fucking genius back in those days. I'll tell you what, that motherfucker was fucking...
Between him, you know what I mean?
They could do all kinds of shit that a modern person couldn't do, all through brain power and fucking coordination. Playing fucking whole musical sonatas backwards. And they could do shit, but he could talk backwards. You know.
He was a prodigy.
They were crazy.
For sure.
Yeah.
And honestly, between Of all the biographies I've read, and I've read a lot, my favorite biographies I've ever read were of Mozart, and the other favorite biography I read was of Caravaggio, the painter, who was also crazy, who also murdered a dude.
Yeah.
So there was that. Yeah, one of the best books I've ever read of any kind was called M, The Man Who Became Caravaggio. That book was like fucking. I love that book. I love that book. It was so good.
You know, another one was the dude. What was the dude that did his fucking Michelangelo? Michelangelo fucking did some crazy shit too.
Yeah, they were all kind of nuts back then.
He knew how to get money out of the church, and he could draw, he could paint, Sistine Chapel, all that shit.
I love that the church gave him money, and he's just like, "Look, I'm gonna paint like women that look like hot dudes," because that's what he was into.
Well, he liked thick.
Yeah,
he liked thick.
A lot of people did back then.
Yeah.
I mean, have you ever seen fucking Peter Paul Rubens paintings? Those were some thick ass ladies.
Thick.
He was super into that.
They liked big fine and they liked thick back then because most people were skinny, so they were just trying to. But you know,
well, if you were chunky, that meant that you didn't have to like work for a living.
Or you had money.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You had money, you'd have to work for a living.
You had money, you were fucking like.
You could afford like real food.
Yeah, you could afford food. And I think they did do some physical training, or they were hearkening back to Roman statuary, because the Romans knew about working out, fucking, and you know, that was proven later on by what's his name. But oh shit, the dude that came up with fucking Olympia. And bodybuilding. What was his name? Fucking, man, I mentioned it many times that I've been drinking. The Romans knew about getting bulk and fucking working out. And guys later on were homaging that. Like Michelangelo homaged that based on Roman statuary that he was seeing. But it was true. It was true. You can get big like that.
Also, I think Michelangelo might have been gay. I'm not entirely sure. Well, and they're kind of like wondering
I think they
about
were all gay or bisexual.
Well, Caravaggio, I think, like from my reading, I think he was probably bisexual. He seemed voracious, and he would just like hit anything. Yeah, he didn't care if it was a boy or a girl.
Some people might be going like, "What are you talking about? Oh no, this is not the LGBT." No, not true. When you go back and look at the old statues, there's a lot of homoeroticism in there.
Oh, big time.
And the guys running the Roman Catholic Church, you can tell what their tastes were. Look at Adam in Chains. It's a fucking great statue. And that's homoeroticism. Definitely. But this is the way they were. That's just the way they were. It doesn't mean anything. They were fucking great artists.
Yeah, I'm not bothered. Like I said, I'm fascinated by that kind of shit.
And it was centuries ago.
Like I said, look into Caravaggio. He is a fascinating person. Also a murderer.
Yeah.
I actually wrote an illustrated novel or novelette, I guess, about him. That's like a fictionalized version of him.
Back in the day, if you wanted to make a shit ton of money selling art to the Roman Catholic Church, it is proven just by what they bought. By looking at what they bought things that were kind of homoerotic. Just the way it was.
Yeah.
You know, so.
And I don't really know if they were all that. Were they really that self-aware? Or were they just like, yeah, I like that, and they just bought it without really thinking about it too much? Or did they? I don't know. I think
they were aware.
I mean, they probably were.
Because they were writing about it at the time. You know, the nipples are too fucking sexy. And they were like, you know, the face on this is just too goddamn sexy.
Look at the buttocks.
Yeah, they knew. They were people, and
in a lot of ways, they were, you know, well, they had to be a lot more in in tune with their bodies than we are nowadays, because they didn't have the luxury of being removed from their bodies. Like nowadays, it's like everything you can be very clean, and we have like all of these things that, deodorants and various things, which they didn't really have as much back then. So I kind of feel like people were more comfortable with the gross aspects of people's physicality or their bodies. Peeing, pooping, whatever. Like everybody like kind of watched everybody do everything. Nobody really had any privacy to some extent.
In the era we're talking about, all of the money and power had been fucking centralized into the church. If you were gay, you wanted to be in the church, that's where the protection would come. So, intelligent gay guys who had money were working overtime to get into the damn Catholic Church. And this is all the way back to the fucking...
Which is crazy if you think about it nowadays.
Yeah.
But that's back then, you're kind of like, well, I don't want to get beaten to death in the street.
Right. That's where the protection... That's where you'd be protected there. That's where the power
as long as you kind of keep it on the DL. Like, don't talk about it out loud.
Right. Because you weren't supposed to be having sex in the Catholic Church, so you could be asexual.
Right.
But that's... If you ask me, as a man... Only a gay dude would want to go to the church in that era. Everybody else was going to be in the warrior class or the merchant class or the ruling class getting tail. But if you were gay and intelligent, you'd want to try to get in the church. Especially
I can see that.
Especially if you had money.
I mean, if you had that avenue open to you, then you would probably do that. Because like I said, otherwise...
You'd be a fucking target.
You would get in big trouble.
You would want protection.
Yep.
And you could live a monastic life and...
do some shit on the side, as long as you didn't talk about it too much.
As long as you didn't talk about it, and as long as the shit was on a DL, then that's what they were talking about.
I get it.
So when you got guys like Michelangelo coming up with these damn statues of these hot dudes, look like they're getting ready to bust a nut, they're going to be fucking kind of like tempted to buy these things. Look at the fucking statue Adam in Chains. I don't even think it was completed because they said that shit was too homoerotic.
It's too much.
It's too hot. But that's what they were working on. It's because Michelangelo knew what these dudes would buy. People haven't changed that much. People have been people. People are evil, hairless monkeys. They have the fucking same urges that they always did. It was always about power and money and status. And but that's not a bad thing. A lot of people are like, "Oh, that's terrible." No, that's not. That's the way humans.
Well,
are.
I mean, you gotta just work it.
Yeah, that's the way humans work.
You just gotta work the system.
Back in the day, if you were gay, you had to be in a church. That's where you wanted to go. You get protection, power, and respect.
And you could still have some shit on the side. You just couldn't say anything about it out loud. You had to be sneaky about it.
If they did, some of them may have been monastic.
They probably were.
Some of it may have been like, well, no, I'm not going to give in to my fucking earthly pleasures and shit. Because I think
like I said, if people want to do that, that's fine.
I'm not fucking talking shit about the church or anything back in the day. Some of them may have actually believed that shit and fucking lived by it.
Sure. Because I'm sure some people did.
Right, yeah. So I'm not talking shit. Just that's where you wanted to be if you were gay back in the day. Yeah.
And like I said, I kind of feel like a lot of artists back then probably were if not overtly gay, they probably had some ambiguous sexuality.
Crypto gay.
Like I said, Caravaggio, I feel like was probably bisexual by today's standards. But, I mean, he kind of knew how to work the system. Although, still, Caravaggio was a little bit of a bad boy. He did get in trouble a lot. And a lot of stuff that he got, he got stuff commissioned, and then he would paint it, and they'd be like, yeah, no, we're not paying for that.
Another thing is that we are layering in our sensibilities in those days. You may have had guys that, by today's standards, would have been considered to be kind of fucking bi. But maybe they hadn't acted on it, or they weren't thinking along those lines. But that's kind of what they were if you were in a modern version looking at them. But that didn't happen with them. We are sometimes reading into what they're doing. But I understand what they're doing. You know what I mean? I it's just, they're like, well, I will do this and that and this and that in the human body, and it's all in the glory of God. And it all depends upon how you want to interpret what it is that they're feeling. I don't have anything against the old ways of doing things, and these old guys. They were long gone. They were doing whatever it is that they thought was right at the time. But they were not modern people, you know?
Well, they
weren't
didn't have access to the information.
Right.
They're not.
They were low information people. You know what I mean? They didn't have social media.
And it wasn't their fault.
No. Tom, I forgive them all. I forgive them all. You know
Thank you, Tom. I'm sure they appreciate that.
They were.
I absolve you.
Yeah, I absolve all of them. They were intelligent people. They were good
Thank you,
dudes.
Tom.
They were from another era, trying to make a living for themselves.
Well,
That's
I
all it
mean,
was.
that's all we can do. We're all just like imperfect
Yeah.
beings.
Yeah.
We're just trying to like fucking cobble through the best we can.
Yeah.
Without causing too much distress to others.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
It was just beautiful art, money, and architecture happening.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I don't talk about it a lot on the show, but I'm really, really into like art history. I'm really into all of those personalities, and especially a lot of the classical era artists. Like I said, Caravaggio is probably my favorite, but because he's a really interesting person. But but I love all of that stuff from back then.
Go ahead and read some of the comments. It's getting good in there.
Wait, Rebecca says 1908. My grandparents were alive then.
Yeah.
A lot of people. My grandparents actually. Let me see. My grandparents were born. My grandfather was born in 1919, and my grandmother was born in 1929. They're both passed away now. But yeah, so 1908. It wasn't really. I mean, it was a long time ago, but it wasn't that long ago. Like. Wait, could you still be alive if you were born in like how long ago was that?
No,
I can't math.
Way long ago. No, you were born in 1908. You're dead now. Yeah.
But you'd still. I mean, you could still conceivably have relatives that were born then.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, I'm only 49, and my grandparents were only 10 years removed from that. So, yeah, you could totally still. If you were a little bit older than me, you could totally have grandparents.
I got pictures of my granddad in Heidelberg, Mississippi, in the 20s on the football team there. So, you know.
Did he have those weird helmets?
Yeah.
Like the leather helmet?
The leather helmets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember those.
And you look at him, and there's nothing big about him at all. Nothing big. Just look like a soccer player with a helmet on, a leather helmet.
Yeah, like the big, like fucking, that's a fairly recent phenomenon.
Yeah, it's all recent.
Yeah, they were all like leather
soccer
back in the day.
Yeah, it looked like
Which,
soccer.
like I said, that probably fucked their fucking brains up a big time.
Yeah.
Back in those days.
Yeah.
Zach says, I can't go a day without showering without my white skin itching. Yeah, because when I was talking about people not like maybe washing every day.
They
back
need
in
a
the old
fucking
days.
sponge bath kind of deal.
I hope they did.
Yeah,
but I kind of feel like probably, depending on what class or classes back then, I mean, they were still pooping in a bucket and tossing it out the window. So this is what we're talking about.
When it came to like modern versions of cleanliness, you're talking about the ancient Romans and mostly the rich people. They had running water and pools and fucking. They went to the fucking.
They're like, wash your ass,
public baths, and they went and had themselves doused down with oil and fucking scraped with fucking sweat scrapers to get the oil off them. They were a lot cleaner.
Zach says, no, I meant whole skin, LMAO. And so, because I said, because he said while, and I said white. Whole skin.
Roman middle class and upper class were modern versions of clean. But I don't think many of the other ones were. Kind of dirty.
Although, if I got a time machine, I'm going to go back in time and stand next to some ancient Romans. I'm going to smell them.
Yeah.
Then we'll see. Are they stinky?
They
We'll
would.
see.
Well, they
Maybe
wore,
not. Maybe
they,
not.
They wore fragrance. They had themselves oiled and scraped. And,
Yeah, there was like the scraping.
They were
going on.
and they also
They
had
could have
themselves
scraped all the sweat
tweezed and shaved, so they didn't have body hair.
I mean, the upper class did.
The upper
Because you
class
would
did.
hire somebody that could do that shit.
Yeah.
That'd be nice, wouldn't
Yeah.
it?
Or the upper
Have
class
somebody
or
pluck out
middle class people.
I wouldn't wish that on anybody.
Or
though.
middle class people that wanted to appear upper class. You know, if you had money, then you go to the fucking.
Even if I was paying, I don't feel good about
Have yourself worked on.
paying money to have somebody pluck all my hairs out.
Well, you had a lot of extra time. They would sat around and just fucking.
I don't think I could
time.
really. I don't know. I just can't really. I don't know. I have a hard time. It's just kind of like, you know how some people will sometimes like hire a person that'll like clean their house or whatever.
Yeah. You want
I have a hard time dealing with that.
You do okay. Let me get you another drink.
I'm like, what is it like? Like, I'm perfectly capable of cleaning up after myself. I'm just too lazy to do it, evidently. So I'm gonna hire somebody to do it. I would like feel really bad about like hiring. I don't know. Maybe that's just my issue. I would feel really bad about like hiring somebody to like do some shit that I wouldn't like to do for another person. Let's say it like that. I don't want to like pluck other people's hairs out. I don't want to clean other people's toilets. I know people do it, but I don't feel good having to pay somebody like doing like to do that for me, because I was like, I don't know. I can do that for myself. I'm a capable adult. So yeah. All right. So as we were saying, so the setting of Phantom of the Opera is an actual Paris opera house, Palais Garnier, which is still there. You can still visit it to this day. It's gorgeous. Now, this was, as I mentioned earlier, built at the behest of Emperor Napoleon Bonaparte, after he was almost blown up by Italian anarchist assassins on his way to the opera. Like, there was a big explosion, and he was kind of like, yeah, let's build an opera house. There was an opera house, but it burned down. I'll get into that later. But we need one closer to the palace, so we have, like, less distance to go in which we can be blown up. So we're going to have, like, this other opera house built. Now, so Gaston Leroux had apparently heard rumors. Some of these are based in fact, and some maybe not so much. He had heard rumors that around the time that the opera house was finished, during, and this is one of the rumors that was going around, during Act 1 of an opera called Hele. So the Act 1 had just finished, and then there was a fire in the roof of the opera, and it melted through a wire, which was holding a counterweight for the chandelier, and caused the chandelier to crash down through the ceiling and kill one person and injure a bunch of people. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this was an actual thing that happened, and I saw all the French language newspaper shit from the time. This actually happened on May 20th, 1896. One of the chandeliers, it wasn't actually the chandelier that came down, because I know in the play it was the chandelier that came down, because that's a lot more exciting. It wasn't actually the chandelier. What happened was that one of the chandelier's counterweights broke free. A spark from the electric lighting kind of popped off and fell onto the wire that was holding the chandelier in place and melted it. So the counterweight actually fell through the ceiling and into the auditorium and killed a woman who was a concierge at the opera house named Madame Chaumette. Now, the actual falling of the counterweight actually crashed when it fell. It crashed into a circuit breaker and started a fire. So that did actually happen. I saw the newspaper reports and everything. May 21st, I love this. But I mean, this is fucked up, but I love it. May 21st, 1896, issue of Le Matin, which is the French newspaper. Gaston Leroux, actually at the time, was moonlighting at this paper when this article was published. Fun fact. The headline read, 500 kilos on a concierge's head. And I was like, classy. Keep it classy. French newspapers from the 19th century. You know, it killed a person. That's not funny, but okay. In reality, the counterweight actually weighed less than 10 kilos. So it wasn't 500 kilos. We're getting excited. They went like way overboard with that. A newspaper, I actually read the article, like an English translation of the article, and it actually said that the woman's skull was completely crushed and, quote, her right hand and leg torn apart. So that's pretty fucked up. So it wasn't actually the chandelier that fell, but it was a counterweight. So that was a real thing that happened at this opera house that, that Gaston Leroux, like, based the shit on. Now, the details about the Palais Garnier and the rumors surrounding it are pretty kind of, like, intertwined in the novel. Let's say that. So the underground lake, let's call it lake with bunny rabbit ears, as Eddie Izzard says. There is something under there like that. It's not a lake, though. I'm not going to go so far as that. What it is under there, they still use the shit. It's still there. I think you can do a tour of it, although I'm not entirely sure, like, what the availability of the tour is. But I have seen people recently that said they did a tour, then they saw the shit. They still use it for training firefighters, like teaching them how to, like, swim in, like, dark conditions and stuff. So they do, like, use that for that. But strictly speaking, it's not a lake. What happened was that when the concrete foundations of the opera house were poured in January of 1862, the people that were working on the project found that the water table was much higher than they had anticipated. Might have been some, like, seepage from the Seine, I think, the river. So what they did was they were like, okay, well, they installed a whole bunch of, like, wells and pumps and shit, like, to get the water out of there, because they were trying to, like, install the sub-basements, like the substructure of the opera house. But however many pumps they put in there, the water just would not go away. It just persisted. So what they decided to do, the original architect, whose name was Charles Garnier, decided, okay, well, what we're going to do a double foundation. And in this foundation, we're going to do, like, a water course and a big cistern, which, if we ever have a fire in the opera house, then that will serve as a ready water supply because there's already water under there. So basically what they did, and as I said, you can see pictures of it if you just do a Google search on Palais Garnier underground vault or cistern or underground lake or whatever, and you'll see, like, tons of pictures of it. So what they did was they just built a cistern around, like, to keep the moisture away from the opera house, the upper levels, and to have some water down there in case there was a fire. So if you see pictures of it, it's basically just, like, water with, like, cement, like a cement arch over it is what it looks like.
So it's not a real underground
No.
cave.
No.
How big are we talking about?
I'm not entirely sure. There's a lot of, like, underground, because honestly, the opera house has several levels, like, below ground. But it was just this one that they built, like, water kept seeping into it, and naturally, just from the river nearby, and they were just kind of like, well, we can't fix it, so we just have to, like, accommodate it. So what they did was they just built a cistern so the water wouldn't come up and, like, contaminate the upper levels. So it's basically like a water cistern is what it is. So it's kind of like, if you see pictures of it, it's just like a cement or, cement blocks, and it's just kind of like arches like that. And then it's just like water underneath. Like I said, do a Google search on Palais, P-A-L-A-I-S, Garnier, like the hair product.
P-A-L-L-I-S.
No, P-A-L-A-I-S. Just one out.
P-A-L-A-I-S. Garnier, Opera House, France. Okay, and then what?
And then put, like, underground
Cistern?
lake or cistern or whatever.
Underground lake.
Because a lot of people ask about that.
Okay.
Because of Phantom of the Opera.
Okay.
And you can see pictures of it.
Okay. I'm waiting for
Do you see what it looks like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It actually is bigger than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
Yeah.
I mean, it has, like, a lot of underground... I was going to do pictures of it, but I forgot. But, yeah.
That's what they're talking about.
It looks like that. It looks like that.
Yeah. Although that's artificial roofs and walls. I wonder what it looked like back in the day.
No, that's what it looked like back in the day. That's what they built.
Yeah.
Because of the water seeping in. The original architect
So during the time
built that.
During the time of the Phantom, it would look like that?
Yes. Yes.
So there's no... I'm looking at it now. There's no lake. Like
I said, it's not a lake.
It's not really a lake with a...
No. Like I said, they just built it like that because when they were first building it...
fantastic. Look at that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool looking.
Yeah.
When they were first building it, they couldn't get rid of the water that was seeping in from the river.
Okay.
So they accommodated it by building essentially a cistern.
So there isn't
in the lower levels.
An island, really.
No. It's not a natural... I mean, the water seeping in is natural.
Yeah, it's highly...
But it was something that they came up with to accommodate...
In it too.
Yeah, they put catfish... Well, no, they didn't put catfish in it. There's catfish in it because it was seepage from the river.
Yeah.
Apparently, there's a famous catfish that lives in there that the staff still feed. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what I heard.
Okay. So, I'm looking at it, and it's big, but it's not big enough to have an island on or a fucking... A mansion on the island. It's not that big.
Yeah. It is there. And like I said, that was there from when they built it.
Okay.
From when they built it.
Okay. So that kind of shoots holes in the whole Phantom of the Opera story. Because he was supposed to be living on an island. And on that island, a damn mansion. That's not big enough.
No, probably not.
It's also not... It's not natural at all.
No.
At all.
No. It was just something... It was a problem that they encountered when they were digging the foundation and pouring the foundation for the opera house. And they were kind of like, holy shit, we can't get rid of this water.
Okay.
They kept installing pumps, and they were trying to, pump the water out, and they couldn't do it. So he was like, well, why don't we just, make... Essentially, a water reservoir.
You're right.
In the lower levels. So don't pump it out. Just leave it. So that's what they did.
Well, that's a big fucking strike against this story because the story describes an underground lake with an island and a mansion on it. That he built that mansion on that lake. That's not big enough.
No.
No.
Well, that's what I'm telling you.
Right.
That's what I don't want to show on your birthday.
If there was an Eric, he wouldn't have been living down there.
Probably not. I mean, the opera house and its undercarriage is big enough for somebody to live down there without anybody being aware of it, but
not
you wouldn't be living in mansion conditions.
No.
I mean,
because in the book it says you had to have a boat to fucking paddle your ass out to the fucking island and then get off and walk up into the mansion, and that people were buried along outside the mansion. Because he said that he said that he found some buried bodies on that island.
Okay, we'll get into that in a little bit.
And I don't see any island.
No, there's not an island.
No.
Like I said, it's just
a cistern. And it looks like something out of ancient Rome.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those.
They were just accommodating the natural conditions.
Right.
Because they couldn't get rid of the seepage from the river. So that's what they did. They said, well, we'll just leave it there, but we're going to, close it in.
All right.
Now, also, it should be said that the rooms that Gaston Leroux claimed to be the Phantom's lair underground, there are actually some technical rooms for the opera house that still occupy those rooms underground. There are actually, the opera house, I believe, has 4 or 5 levels underground. You know what I mean? Yeah. So, the lake is, way under there. But there's other floors other than that. There are secret passages, which are mentioned in the novel. There are 2 of them. The first one starts 5 levels down, and it goes down to, basically way down to the basement level. A couple, 4 or 5 levels down below the basement. And if there's, a ladder, and you can go up to the 4th floor of the opera house. That's one of the tunnels. The other secret tunnel is a rainwater evacuation chute. So there's that as well. Now, adding to the mystery surrounding this underground lake, or cistern, if you'd rather, was the fact that in 1871, before the opera house was finished, because it wasn't actually inaugurated until 1875, I think. It was used, before it was done, it was used by the Paris Commune, which was a revolutionary government, seized power in Paris for a few months in spring of 1871. And they stored some, like, food and ammunition in there. This group took over Paris with the National Guard. This was after the Franco-Prussian War. And they set up a base camp in this unfinished building because it was close to the Place Vendôme, where the Guard was fighting the French army. So after they got kicked out, after the few months they were in there, then they started, like, working on the building again. Now, interestingly, this is another thing that I think was very influential on Gaston Leroux. In 1907, a couple years before he wrote Phantom of the Opera, they buried a time capsule in the cellar of the Opera House, which, like I said, had been finished. It was actually inaugurated in 1875. But they buried a time capsule in there in 1907. And it was kind of like, I've seen pictures of it. It's like, it looks like a hat box, but I think it was made of lead or some lead-lined material. What they did was they made a bunch of phonograph or, record recordings of opera singers of the time, in 1907. And they put them in this thing and they buried them underneath the Opera House. So that was kind of like a big deal at the time in Paris. Like, we're making these 24 records of opera singers that are popular in 1907, and we're burying a time capsule. So they did that, like, underneath the Opera House. Now, these records do exist because they found them, or they knew they were there, but they unearthed them in late 2007 and then presented them to the public in 2008. So it's kind of like I said, it's like a hat box, but it's made of lead, and there was like 24 records in there, like wax.
Yeah.
Before they had vinyl. So, and it was all the popular opera singers of the period were on those records, which is actually, like, pretty cool. Like, I went down a whole rabbit hole about that, but I didn't want to, like, go too much into the show but I was, like, really interested. I thought that was cool. But yeah. Now, when these records were first buried, so the legend goes, the legend says, and Gaston Leroux said, that when they were burying this time capsule, that they also found a body of a disfigured architect named Eric, who was found while they were burying the records.
Okay.
Now,
let's see how
this is not. There is no, like, source that corroborates this definitively. So there's that. So most people think nowadays that's probably not true. But because of the big hoopla about these records being buried around the time that Gaston was writing this, or a couple years before, that he might have used that as, like, inspiration. Oh, while they were digging to bury the records, they found this body.
Okay,
and it had a ring on it.
He said this when? When did Gaston say this?
Well, no, he said this during... So when did he say this? I can't remember, actually.
Okay, I would like to figure out when this happened. So Gaston is saying that they found a body of an architect
while they were digging to bury this time capsule.
Okay, and they're
but
burying
no other no
burying
contemporaneous source says that they found a body.
They're burying the time capsule in 1906.
1907.
1907.
1907.
Okay, so.
But no contemporaneous source says, "Oh, we found a body."
That's him saying.
Nothing said that. That's him saying that.
That's 1907.
Yes.
So where's this body?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Now, I will say, it's not crazy what he's saying, because, not necessarily when
Where was it supposed to be buried?
Underneath the Opera House.
Where? There's no island there.
Well, yeah,
it's just a cistern.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
But yeah. Now, I will say that even though he said he might have been inspired by the fact, now they did find, I don't know if it was when they were, I don't think it was when they were digging to bury the time capsule, but they did find some bodies under there, nothing like what he described. But the bodies they found under there, maybe, they thought were probably, remember when I said that, like, the Paris Commune was occupying that, like, you know, to store food and supplies and stuff? They thought that maybe they were using that briefly as a prison. So they were, like, putting people in there, and maybe they were dying. And so they found a couple skeletons in there, I think. So there was, like, a precedent for finding skeletons in there. But it wasn't like, because he said later that it's like, oh, they found a skeleton and there had the gold ring on there.
Yeah.
The gold ring that Christine supposedly, like, gave back to him and blah, blah, blah. So it was kind of like matching up with his story. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that they didn't find bodies under there. I'm just saying that it didn't have anything to do with, like, the architect story. Because that's a whole different thing.
Okay.
That's a whole different thing. And we'll get into that. And as I mentioned earlier about the H.H. Holmes thing, because you were saying, like, you thought H.H. Holmes was later or, like, after this.
Yeah.
But it wasn't. It did actually happen before this. H.H. Holmes was actually...
before this.
Yeah, he was executed in 1896.
Okay, what this means, people, is that the H.H. Holmes case, which is like one of the first really big serial killer cases in the West, H.H. Holmes was kind of like a blueprint for a serial killer. So we can surmise that possibly Gaston knew about serial killers based upon H.H. Holmes.
I think that's pretty likely. H.H. Holmes was, I mean...
H.H. Holmes' story is very similar to Phantom of the Opera story. So there's a possibility, based on what Jenny is saying, is that Phantom of the Opera may have been partially inspired by H.H. Holmes.
Which, like I said, I don't think there's any direct evidence of that, but...
It means it was in the zeitgeist.
Sure. The fact that H.H. Holmes, he was executed in 1896. Yeah. His murder castle, you know, even though it was exaggerated, was big deal in the media back in the day. And I feel like Gaston Leroux, even though he was in France... he totally would have read about that.
Maybe he knew about it.
I'm not saying that he did. I'm just saying that
it was in the zeitgeist.
It's possible. Sure. Right. And he might have got inspired by that.
Okay.
Because he did, like I said, he took his inspiration from a lot of real shit that happened. He used a real opera house. As we'll mention, he used, like, some real people and changed their names. He did that kind of shit. So I kind of feel like he did a very skillful weave of real shit and fictional shit to a point where now nobody can, like, tease apart the difference, you know?
Gaston was a fucking intelligent guy. He was a news reporter and a writer. So he could have been inspired by H.H. Holmes. That would be enough to inspire him to weave a tale like this. Yeah. But I wasn't sure if he knew about it.
Well, like I said, the thing about it, like, I'm a writer, I guess. So it's just, and I've read a lot of things that were based on real things, but were, like, fictionalized. So writers, like, use real shit in their fiction all the time. It's just that sometimes you try to, like, mask it a little bit. Yeah. Sometimes not. Like I said, the novel I'm working on now is pretty transparently based on a real murder, but I'm fictionalizing it to a point where I'm taking it off in a different direction. But I kind of feel like that's probably what happened here. Because, like I said, they weren't dumb. They were still doing that shit back then.
See, the thing right now that's gotten me kind of doubting the story is based on Jenny's research. She's showing me the photographs of that underground cave. It is a man-made style cave. It's a cistern. A Roman-style cistern.
I mean, the building of the opera house is very well documented.
And that's not what's described in the book.
No.
What's described in the book is a naturally occurring cave with a lake in it with a island that is big enough to put basically a mansion on it. That's not what I saw in the photographs.
No. Well, like I said,
It's not a naturally occurring feature.
No.
It's not a natural feature. And that's
and like
what's
I said,
described in the book.
the opera house was finished, or was, opened in 1875. Many years before this book was written.
So this is making me believe that the fucking story is bullshit.
Yeah.
But very cool bullshit.
That's what I'm saying.
Very
but
cool.
he was very good at, like, weaving real shit with fictional shit.
Yeah.
Like I said, to a point where people nowadays are still kind of like, wait, did that really happen? Some of it really happened.
It just goes to show you how smart the ancients were. They're
like
far
I said,
smarter.
I don't. Well, see, I don't like have any. Like I said, I read a lot of. I'm into horror fiction, and I really like Victorian horror fiction.
Yeah.
If you read some of their shit, they totally understood the concept of quote unquote found footage. They totally understood that concept. They wouldn't call it that, obviously.
They also knew. They also knew what suspension of disbelief was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. They weren't stupid.
No.
They wanted, particularly their ghost stories, all that kind of stuff, they wanted verisimilitude. They wanted this to be scary, and they understood if you think it's real, then it's going to be scarier to you. Same as like creepypastas nowadays, same thing.
Yeah.
So they were kind of like, we're going to frame this as though it really happened. I have read multiple stories from this time period and earlier that had the same conceit.
Right.
So they absolutely knew what they were doing.
And we're talking about over 100 years ago.
They absolutely knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
So it's, I kind of feel like it's a little... Please don't. It's a little... it's really not a thing. It's like they really knew what they were doing back then. If you read the shit from back then, they knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
They knew that we have to like make this seem as real as possible to make it seem scarier.
Right.
And that's how they framed a lot of the stuff.
And if a dude over 100 years ago could do it to you, then that means a guy from 2,000 years ago could do it to you.
Well, yeah.
I've read Roman stuff that is fucking awesome, and they're probably fucking with me. Love that shit. And that it's just people.
That's what I'm saying. You can't
really take it at face value.
See, this is why I'm a big
They were a lot
advocate
smarter than you
of.
think they were.
I'm a big advocate of. Evidence.
Yeah.
I don't really give a shit what people say. People can say whatever they want.
Yeah.
That doesn't matter to me.
And
it's usually a lie.
Especially a Western writer.
Sure.
Because this is all coming from our point of view with our literary fucking background and our literary traditions, so they know how to fuck with you.
Mary says, do the Brothers Grimm.
Okay.
Ooh, that's actually a good idea.
Yeah, they do a lot of cool shit.
I'm going to write that down.
Okay. Them savage bitches. They were fucking savage motherfuckers, too. Cutting people's feet off to fit the fucking shoe and all that kind of
Cinderella.
Yeah.
Honestly, I always preferred the Brothers Grimm version.
Yeah.
I mean, Disney
the medieval
did this
versions
shit.
were a lot better.
I mean, they were a lot more messed up, which obviously I'm going to be more into that. But yeah, so let's talk about, okay. So it's still very much up in the air whether the character of Eric, I kind of feel like in the musical, they don't name him. But in the book, he's called Eric with a K.
Yeah.
In the musical, they don't say what his name is. But his name's Eric.
Yeah.
So there's still kind of like a debate whether this character was based on a real person or not. Because I kind of feel like maybe aspects of his personality may be based on like a legend. Maybe not necessarily a real person, but nobody knows. Now it could be that because like you said, he's portrayed as like a musical genius. Because in the book, he composes his own operas and he has all this, he plays piano and all this stuff. So the genius side of his personality might have been inspired by several different composers, including like Franz Liszt, maybe, an Italian composer called Gioacchino Rossini, who was called the Angel of Music, which he's referred to in the book, or Eric Satie, which had similar upbringings, I guess. So there's that. So in the original novel, there aren't really a lot of details, as I mentioned earlier, that go into like his past. So the novel says that Eric has been to multiple countries: France, Russia, Persia, Northern Vietnam, and he was like maybe like a circus freak, or had trained in like certain circus arts, like stage magic, ventriloquy, stuff like that. Many of the stories say that he was born deformed, and that his mother was so horrified by his deformity that she would never kiss him, or she would never interact with him in any way. His dad, who was supposedly a master mason, never saw him. Now, so there's that. So like I said, it's kind of like the shit that comes out about him in the book is all from the point of view of the Persian, who's also known as the Daroga. Now, Daroga, okay, according to the story, the Daroga, the Persian, in the book, was supposedly this guy who, after Eric supposedly was working for the Shah or whatever, and he was like supposed to like assassinate people, and then but like he knew too much, so the Persian was actually supposed to assassinate him, but felt bad for him, so didn't. So they like went on the run kind of together. So he's kind of the one that's telling his story. So there's that. But yeah, so a lot of the story like comes from him, right? Now, after like Eric comes to Paris, there's some kind of point, like the Persian says some shit that's like his background. Oh, he was born in like Rouen, which is in rural France, and there's one thing too that it's not brought up a lot in a lot of the adaptations, is that in the novel, the Phantom or Eric talks about himself like in the third person. And I kind of feel like they don't really do that in the movies. But he does that in the book, though. Now, I will say, though, that some of the... let me talk about like some of the adaptations at this point. In the book, it's pretty clearly stated that Eric was deformed at birth, right? He was born like that. His mother couldn't stand to look at him. She wouldn't even kiss him.
Maybe we should talk about that.
Yeah, we're talking about that right now.
Oh, good.
Now, some of the later adaptations have him deformed as an adult, like somebody threw acid in his face, or he burned or something like that. But in the book, the implication is that he was born that way, with that deformity. Now, in the original novel, this is how he's described, and this is not always how he turns out in the adaptations. But in the original novel, he's described as corpse-like. As I said, he looks like... Everybody that sees him, originally, they think he's a ghost at first. They see him and he looks like a skeleton. Like, he always has nice clothes on, like evening clothes, like a tuxedo, I'm imagining. But he looks like a skeleton, and his face looks like a skull. He doesn't have a nose. His eyes are like so sunk into his face that they look like sockets, but they kind of like glow in the dark, like a cat's eyes, like yellow. His skin is also what they call, he says, like nasty, quote unquote, nasty yellow.
Yeah.
So his skin is like that. He only has he doesn't have that much hair. Like, he's almost partially bald. I kind of felt like, the way he described it, I was imagining like the head of like Riff Raff from Rocky Horror, where he was like bald at the top, but it was like long at the sides. That's kind of like what I was imagining. He said it has much hair, but it's mostly bald, and it's like, you know, kind of like fucking wisps of brown hair behind his ears and on his forehead a little bit. They don't really describe his mouth all that much. Like, I know that the Lon Chaney one, like his teeth are kind of like fucked up, but like I said, the Lon Chaney look, that's the most accurate to the book. That's pretty much how he was described, although not as skeletal. But yeah. His mouth, Christine describes it as a dead mouth. And so something's fucking wrong with his mouth. And like I said, he's very, very thin. And his hands are like bony, like skeletal. And feel death-like or smell death-like. Like, so he stunk, apparently. Like a corpse. So there's that. As I mentioned,
this is what Jenny's talking about.
That's congenital syphilis.
Which, yeah, maybe.
All right. But there's even better photos.
Like, we'll get into that in a little bit, but yeah. I want to say, too, that, yeah, so in the original book, we're talking about, like, all the adaptations.
Here's another photo. Oh, shit.
Is it gross?
Yeah.
Trigger warning. Yeah, so see...
That's what they're talking about.
Yeah, we'll get into that in a bit, because
Yeah.
I uncovered some shit about that, too.
Yeah.
Because I was interested, and apparently I wasn't the only person, because I found another blog post. But they were like, what disease would have made him look like that? But yeah, he looked like... he's described many times as looking like a walking corpse, essentially, or like a walking skeleton. That's what he looked like. And in the novel, he shows up at the masquerade ball looking like the Red Death from the Edgar Allan Poe story, Mask of the Red Death, which, like I said, was essentially like a skeletal... Yeah, like a skeletal figure.
Yeah.
So he looked like... And most of the people in the novel that, like, saw him early... They said he looked like a quote-unquote death's head. Like, he looked like a skull. His face looked like a skull. He didn't have a nose.
He was also described with no nose. There you go.
Yeah, he looked like... Yeah, he didn't have a nose.
Hold on. No nose. That's what they're talking about.
Like, he looked like that. In the original book.
Yeah.
Like I said, that's what he looked like. Everybody said he looked like a skull, or like a skeleton. And he even says to Christine at one point in the novel that he looked like a corpse built up with death from head to foot. Like, he basically
I'm going through all these photos.
He looked like a skeleton.
I was going through all these photos of these syphilis people. Most of them don't have noses. That's what they're talking about.
And
syphilis.
Yeah. And the thing about it was that if he's based on a real person or not, which, like I said, is still a matter of much debate.
Yeah.
That he had been in freak shows, carnival freak shows, and he was displayed as a living corpse, or le mort vivant, the living dead. That's what that means. For many years. So he looked like a corpse, but he was like walking around. And that's very much as how he's described in the book.
I'm looking at these syphilis.
Looking like a corpse.
I'm looking at these people that were born with syphilis. They're born with syphilis. They didn't catch it. They were born with it. They look like Eddie from fucking Iron Maiden. Most of them don't have noses. That's what they're talking about.
Yeah,
so I kind of thought this might have been fucking plausible.
Well, it could be.
Yeah.
I mean, because syphilis was a lot more commonplace back then. So it's very possible that they could have seen people that had tertiary syphilis back in the old days. Maybe in a freak show, or maybe in photos like that.
They don't have noses.
Because it would have been kind of a source of fascination and curiosity for people back in that era.
Yeah.
So it could have been that he just like based it on like some shit that he saw in a photo or in like a freak show or something.
Right. He saw
because
it.
If you had that, Like I said, and that's like tertiary syphilis. You can have syphilis for a while without it having any really drastic consequences. But once it goes into the tertiary phase, your nose is going to fall off, all kind of like bad shit's going to happen.
Yeah.
So.
No nose.
Yeah. See, I mean, I can have, and I'll get into that because I did find like a blog post, but yeah. Let me talk about too. This is, I don't know why I found this real like.
This is still the worst one, if you ask me.
That's fucking horrible.
Oh yeah, I've seen that picture.
Yeah.
It's pretty famous. Can you imagine like looking like that when you were a kid?
No nose and the fucking skull-like teeth. Born with syphilis. I've seen one that's worse than that, but I can't find it right now. It was somebody born with syphilis, and they look like Eddie from Iron Maiden. Look like a living corpse. But I can't find it here.
Which, like I said, if Eric from Phantom of the Opera was based on a real person, which he might have been.
That's what they're talking about.
I mean, even the look of him might have just been based on somebody that Gaston Leroux like saw at some point. Because, like I said, the Victorians were real into freak shows.
Yeah.
Gotta say. They were real into like that morbid shit, which like no judgment, I am too, but you know, they were into that. So
black and white photo, or excuse me, a color photo. Imagine. Oh man, imagine that. Fuck.
I'd wear a mask too. But yeah. I mean, so it's entirely possible that even if this wasn't based on a real person entirely, that it could have been based on somebody that he saw at one point. Because, syphilis was fairly widespread at the time. Like I said, we're going to get into that. And, that would could absolutely make your face look like you look like a skull. Sure. So, okay. Now, in the novel, this was kind of interesting to me. I don't know why. In the novel, Eric was always wearing, like, a black cloak and a soft black felt hat. Now, he had a black mask, which covered his whole face. I feel like later, they did the white mask thing. And a lot of times, they would do, like, half mask or, like, just the domino mask, which is just, like, over your eyes. But in the book, that wasn't... It was a whole face, and it was black. Everything was black, like the cloak and everything. So I kind of feel like later, they did a thing where they put him in, like, a top hat and, like, the domino mask, like I said, and a cape, like an opera cape, which not so much. In the book, like I said, it was just, like, a cloak, whole face mask, like, so it's kind of like a fedora. More than a top hat.
Yeah.
But yeah, so there was that. So I kind of feel like Andrew Lloyd Webber's version introduced the half mask. Now, they only did that for practical reasons because they're like, well, you can't really, like, it's a stage production. You can't really see the person's face. You can't really see their expressions. You can't really hear them sing as much if their whole face is covered by a mask. So that was the solution they came up with. We're going to fuck up half his face and do this half mask. But in the original novel, it was his whole face was fucked up, and it was a whole face mask. But I understand like why they did that for like I said, practical reasons. Now I will say though that it wasn't just the movies that gave the impression, because I will note that when the serialized story came out as a book in 1910, the original cover of it. The illustration on there had just a domino mask, like just over the eyes, and had a top hat, and kind of like a cape-like situation. So it might have been just like the illustrator's shit that kind of happened there. Now there were like a bunch of movies varying the deformities, obviously. In the 1943 adaptation. He's kind of like disfigured when he gets acid thrown in his face. Because like I said, even though in the original novel it's implied that the deformities are congenital, as in he had them from birth, In some of the later adaptations, he got them as an adult, usually from acid being thrown in his face or from being in a fire of some point. There's also Phantom of the Paradise, which we reviewed from 1974. And at that point, in that movie, he got fucked up because he got caught in a record press, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was that. But it's the same story, but you know what I mean. And I mentioned earlier that there was a version with Robert Englund. I think they came out in 89. And he kind of had a thing where he would just stitch together... Like, he would kill people, and then he'd stitch their skin together, like, kind of like Leatherface, and he would, like, put that on his face. But then, like, his face would get more and more fucked up, like, as time went on. So there was that, too. That was a more horror version. So, yeah. So, like I said, the half mask, I can see how they came up with that, but it wasn't like the original novel.
People in the comments are going, oh, okay, we see what we're talking about now. Yeah. Yeah, that's what fucking Gaston is talking about.
And I kind of feel like people back then probably would have been more familiar with it. It probably would have been more common.
Right.
Because nowadays...
You're being shielded from all this.
Yeah, you don't really see...
Yeah.
Well, it's not as common as it used to be, one. Right. You know, there are cures for it. There are various other things that ensure that you don't see people that look like that.
Yeah.
Back then... not so much. It would have been more common.
You'd have seen them in freak shows.
And you would have seen them in freak shows, and Victorians were really into that shit.
Yeah, and they wouldn't have known one thing from another. They wouldn't have really known. If you would have seen somebody that was just fucked up, like something off a fucking Iron Maiden album cover, you wouldn't have said, well, that's syphilis. You wouldn't have known what it was. Because it was always different.
Yeah, it doesn't manifest the same.
Yeah. They'd be like, what the fuck is that?
It doesn't always do that.
Right.
But it does do that often enough.
Right.
For me to think that.
Now we have categorized it. But back in those days, they wouldn't have known what it was.
Yeah. I mean.
Yeah.
But yeah, but like I said, I think most people are probably familiar with the Andrew Lloyd Webber version, which, you know, started in 1986, which had the half mask. Now, his face is fucked up. And his hair's fucked up. Like, he pulls the mask off and his face is, like, super fucked up and his hair's kind of fucked up. But, I mean, in the original novel, his whole face was... And in fact, his whole body was fucked up.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, he looked like a skeleton or like a living corpse. Like, his whole body. He looked like a skeleton. So it wasn't just his face. But his whole face was fucked up. He looked like a skull. But I understand why they did that for later shit. And also, like I said, they made it more into like a romance, which is kind of weird, but okay.
That's not what it was.
Okay.
It wasn't.
But like I said, they did that with Dracula too.
Yeah.
Which was equally fucked up. Well, maybe not equally fucked up, because at least Dracula in the story wasn't supposed to be like a romantic character. In Phantom of the Opera, there was like some... I don't want to call it a love story because it wasn't. It was like one-sided. But there was some stalker situation going on.
Right.
And I feel like they romanticized that in later iterations, but I don't think it was intended as that from the jump. I don't think. I kind of feel like reading the original novel again, which I did over the last couple days, I feel like Raoul was supposed to be the hero, even though he's a total dick. But I kind of feel like he's supposed to be the hero. The Phantom is not. He's supposed to be like the tragic... He's a tragic villain. Or tragic... I don't even want to say anti-hero. He's a tragic villain. You feel bad for him, but he's still the bad guy. And I feel like the book makes that pretty clear. But Raoul... I have a problem with like Raoul being set up as like the hero because he also sucks. Not as much, but he still sucks. But so I don't know. To that degree, it's still kind of a romance, but I don't know. It was a different time. They also did a 2004 film adaptation, and this had Gerard Butler in it. I haven't seen it, but I've seen like a bunch of different commentaries on it. And basically, they kind of like really toned down the gruesomeness of the makeup in the Gerard Butler run, so that it was just like, oh, he just has like a couple scars on like one side of his face. Okay. And also, there was a 1998 version with Julian Sands. I love Julian Sands. Where they didn't even bother with the malformations. They just said, well, we'll just make him a handsome motherfucker.
Yeah.
Which kind of misses the point of it. It kind of misses the entire point of the story. It's supposed to be like a Beauty and the Beast type story. Well, not... It's supposed to be like a dark side of Beauty and the Beast, I guess. Because Beauty and the Beast is a story about, well, don't judge people by what they look like. Because the Beast was like... deep down was like an okay guy. Even though he looked crazy. Phantom of the Opera
was not
the
that.
dude looked fucked up.
He was
fucked up. So it's like, yeah, avoid that dude at all costs. Yeah, he looks bad. Yeah, stay away from him. There's every reason for you to stay away from that dude.
Yeah.
So it was almost kind of like was kind of like fucking reinforcing the stereotypes about terribly deformed people.
Yeah.
Yes, they're terrible people. Please stay away from them.
People are saying, 2004 Phantom toned him down a lot.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah,
I've seen it.
No. Phantom wasn't a good guy, even in the original source material.
Absolutely not.
He was a bad guy.
And he was portrayed as a bad guy in the novel.
Yeah.
In the novel.
He was a serial killer. He was out for your pussy. And if he fucking... And if he had to kill your man to get to it, he would kill your man. And if you fucking pissed him off, he'd kill you too. That's the way the Phantom was.
Yeah,
he was a serial killer.
Yeah, he was like one of those dudes.
Yeah,
because I've been watching.
Incel.
Yeah, I've been watching that show, My Crazy Ex.
Yeah, he's one of those.
I've been watching that show, and it's like some of those dudes on there are like, look, if I can't have you, no one will have you.
No one can have you. Right.
He's one of those kind of motherfuckers. Yeah. I'm gonna watch everything you do. I'm gonna like because
you belong to me.
Right.
And fucking because
that's not good.
You don't, and you're like, oh, then I have to kill you. He was one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like I said,
not a good dude.
Even in the original version, he's portrayed somewhat sympathetically, like in the fact, in the sense that
he's portrayed as a pitiful.
But he's portrayed as like pathetic.
Yeah.
But he's not portrayed as like a good guy. He's portrayed as like a villain.
No.
He's a villain.
He couldn't help what happened to him.
Right.
But he was still a bad person.
Sure.
He couldn't help it though.
And it's pretty clear in the book, I thought.
Yeah.
That he's not supposed to be a romantic lead. He's supposed to be a bad guy.
Yeah.
You can feel sorry for him because he did have like a raw deal.
Yeah.
But he's still a bad guy.
And that was one of the things that made me think that there might be something to this story. Because the way it was written. I thought it was out of character for the 1800s. Jenny's saying, no, that's not out of character. They were way ahead of what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Because they said, he got a fucked up deal. It wasn't his fault that he ended up like this. But he was fucking crazy. That's what the fuck story said.
It didn't come right out and say that. But like I said, from rereading the novel, I was kind of like, well, the way they're portraying Eric in the novel, it really does come across, at least to me, and this just might be my perception. At least to me, it comes across as like, well, he's sympathetic in the sense that you understand where he's coming from. Yeah. But he's still a bad guy whose actions are not justifiable. No. What the story is saying is that the story is saying this could happen to anybody. That's what the fucking story says. It says that you could have been born like this. All right. And you would have been miserable and done this fucking horrible shit. Yeah, like maybe you would have done this too if you'd had the same upbringing. If you'd had that's what the story means. Sure. That's what it's saying. Which is way ahead of what I thought they were in the 1800s. Oh no way! You should read like some more literature from back then. Yeah, I wasn't aware. Yeah. But no. I read, like I said, I read a lot of shit from back then. They weren't as behind as you think they are. Based on what Jenny's telling me is that they fully grasped the idea of is that not everything is within your hands. Sure. And that had the dice roll in a different way, you could have been this dude. They didn't
That's what the
always
story is
apply it
saying.
in practice.
Right.
I will say that.
Right.
But they did seem to grasp it, at least in an intellectual sense.
Yeah.
They did seem to grasp that concept.
Right. And they're not saying he was a good dude.
No.
No.
The story
saying-
does not paint him as a hero.
No.
He's very
They're-
much a bad guy.
They're saying he's a fucking tortured animal who's fucking turned to evil
Sure.
in a certain way.
Yeah.
To serve
He's
his
not a
own
good
need.
guy. No way.
But that could have been anybody based upon what happened to him, and that he came out this way because of the fucking how he was
Yeah.
born, and that could be anybody. But they're also not saying he's innocent. They're just saying it is what it is. That's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Which I kind of like that. The author is saying, Gaston is saying, this is fucking tragic, but it is what it is. And this could have
Which
been
is
anybody.
still what people say nowadays. I
Right.
mean, when
Yeah.
we talk about serial killers,
Right.
like when we talk about someone like Aileen Wuornos or Jeffrey
Right.
Dahmer or somebody like that,
Yeah.
it's like, look, they had horrible childhoods.
Right. But it is what it is.
But
Yeah.
that doesn't justify what
No.
they did later.
Right. Just put yourself in that position. What would happen? You
And
know?
I'm not saying that a lot of people
Right.
put in the same position wouldn't have turned out the same way. I'm just saying you have to give them a little leeway because of that. But to a point, like, you can't, like, justify their actions later
The
on.
horror in it is the horror aspect of these stories is that it's not really in your hands. Is that it could have been handed to you, and you wouldn't have had a choice.
And I kind of feel like
and that's more horror.
that maybe is
Yeah.
why stories like this endure.
Have endured probably.
And maybe I don't even know if people like are really all that cognizant of why. But I think that it's because people are terrified, whether they realize it or not, of randomness.
Yeah.
You
We like to
don't-
think of freedom of choice.
You don't
But
like the fact that
yeah.
like some bad shit might happen to you, and it has nothing to do with anything you did.
Right.
It has nothing to do with how good a person you are.
Right.
Shit just happens
And-
because
and-
the universe is indifferent.
Indifferent.
To you.
Because we like to think of freedom of choice.
Sure.
Is that
but
you
to a
arrive
large
to
extent,
certain-
you do not have that.
Yeah. That freedom of choice.
And that is very frightening
isn't
to
as
people.
real as you think it is. It's that random shit could have fucking forced stuff on you.
Sure.
Which would have sent you down a different path. And just trying to be a normal person under those circumstances would have led you into a situation where you're Eric from the Phantom of the
Because
Opera.
imagine,
Right.
just imagine for a second
Yeah.
that you were born looking like
Yeah.
all fucked up.
And you're intelligent, which makes it worse.
That's what I mean. And
Yeah.
like you were fully self-aware.
Yeah.
Like you weren't,
Right.
mentally challenged in any way.
Right.
But you grew up looking like, for the sake of argument,
monster.
a living corpse, a monster.
Yeah, a monster.
If you, or like the Elephant Man, because we talked about that when we talked about David Lynch's
Now,
Elephant
if you
Man.
ask me, the syphilitic people are worse than the Elephant Man.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, if you grew
They
up
look like fucking
looking
Eddie
like
from
that,
the Iron Maiden album.
think of an entire lifetime of people reacting to you
Yeah.
looking like that.
Yeah.
What would that do
To you.
to your psyche?
Yeah. Especially if you were intelligent and talented.
And you knew.
Because the book, from what I remember, talked about he was intelligent and very talented, which made his suffering even more.
Well, yeah.
Because he could never.
Well, people that are
Yeah.
intelligent
Yeah.
and self-aware, they're
Right.
always going to suffer more because they're aware
They're
of...
aware of what they've been robbed of.
Sure.
And it twisted him even more. So I'm reading this and I'm going like, this had to have happened. But I'm underestimating Gaston.
Yeah.
Gaston understood the human fucking condition and the way people think. We always like to think that we have fucking advanced.
Like we're
over
so much
the
smarter.
time. No.
Not really.
No, they understood. They understood the human condition.
Like I said, I read a lot of shit from back then.
Yeah.
We're not really all that smart,
Yeah,
all that much
they understood.
smarter.
They understood. I thought it was something that happened.
I understand a lot of stuff that was
Yeah.
like, right, there's like some stuff, I read a lot of stuff from back then, and there are a few things that I have to look up because I'm like, well, wait, what does that mean? Because it's referring to something that doesn't
Yeah.
exist anymore. But most of the stuff is still pretty relevant.
Yeah. We haven't changed that much.
Not really. No. Not really.
I thought that this might have been based on something that actually happened, but I think Jenny's convinced me that it wasn't based on something that happened.
Well, now I will say, okay.
He knew of other things like this happened. It's a compilation. It's like a compilation album.
Now let's say though, like I said, the opera house is really there. You can go. Yeah. There is a quote unquote like sort of a lake underneath. Yeah. Not really a lake, but it's a cistern. It's kind of man-made. So there's that. That is under there. Now apparently, I don't know. I kind of feel like maybe this happened at the time, but maybe this was later. It was kind of hard to discern whether some of the rumors that existed about this opera house were contemporaneous to the time that Gaston Leroux wrote this book, or if they only came into flower after the book came out and became very widespread. So just take everything with a grain of salt. Now, it might have been that there were rumors at the time, I'm not sure if this is true or not, but there might have been rumors at the time that there was an architect named Eric with a C or Eric with a K, whose backstory was kind of similar to that of the Phantom. Now, it may be that this rumor was circulating in the early 20th century, and Gaston Leroux may have heard it in 1908. And so it's possible that this was based on a real person who was born with a disfigurement, like toured in a circus, and, you know, some other things that were very similar to Eric's story. But like I said, I don't know if that's actually true or not, but there were some rumors going around. Now, interestingly, there were rumors, as I said, that this person fell in love with a singer who did perform at the Palais Garnier, but he was rejected by the singer and then kidnapped her, and then they found the singer 3 weeks later. She was still alive, like he didn't kill her or anything, but he just like let her go.
Does it really happen?
I don't know. Okay. I couldn't find any contemporaneous, because you would think if like a singer from like a high profile opera house got kidnapped, you would think that was, but I couldn't find any news sources that would back that up. But like I said, this was like a legend. Now, the legend goes that this person was so heartbroken after this happened that he walled himself up under the opera house and died of starvation. Now, again, I think I mentioned this earlier, that when the this opera house was built, they found the apartment underneath, and it's like they found the skeleton with like the gold ring on it, which was kind of like one of the things. But I don't know, as I said, I couldn't really find anything that corroborated this. It could be that there was some vague rumor going around at the time, maybe, and then like, but after Phantom of the Opera came out and was like a massive success, it might have like leached into the cultural zeitgeist to a point where you can't like tease apart now, because it could be that there was like some vague shit that was going on before that, but once the story came out, everybody latched onto that. And what are you doing, Poke?
Pokey, stop tearing shit up.
She's like,
we got a show to do. She's like, fuck you. I'm gonna tear this shit up. She doesn't care.
Stop it, she's just over there going, tearing my couch up. That's okay.
Stop it, Poke.
She's already done. Don't worry about it. But so I don't know if like most of the details came into flower like after the story came out, and was kind of like it's very unclear like how that happened. Now there's also a rumor going around that there was so after an 1873 stage fire, a ballerina died, and her fiancé, who was a pianist, and his name was Ernest, he got disfigured in the fire, and this pianist took up residence underneath the building, but then ended up dying of his injuries. Now this rumor, though, I don't know if it's true or not, was originally attached to a different opera house, the Salle Pelletier, which actually
Sala Pelletier.
Pelletier.
The Room of Pialite, whatever that is.
Yeah.
Okay.
That actually it was a real place.
Okay.
It did burn down in October of 1873. But I don't think there were any fatalities, though, when it burned down. A lot of shit burned down back then because of the way that they constructed things and the fact that they didn't really have widespread electricity and they were lighting everything with questionable lighting accessories. Let's say it that. So this did actually burn down in 1873. I don't know if anybody died in it. Now, the Palais Garnier was built as a replacement for that place. So the Palais Garnier, where the Phantom of the Opera was set, was opened in 1875, or was inaugurated in 1875. So, allegedly, there had been a legend about this fire that happened. The fire did happen, but I don't know if the thing about, a ballerina died and a dude was disfigured and there was a whole thing about it. You know what I mean? The fire happened, but I don't know if the other shit happened. I couldn't find any, newspapers.
Pookie looked at that plate and went, fuck this. That's just dried out.
Well, I gave it to her this morning.
Okay.
You can give her some treats if you want.
Where is it? Where is it?
Right there. There's
Okay.
treats right there.
Okay.
Give her some. Yeah, she might be upset.
Yeah,
I'm trying not to give her, too much wet food because she only eats a little bit and then she leaves it all. But yeah, so it could be that Gaston Leroux had heard about these legends about this fire. Like I said, the fire is real. It's documented. I saw the newspaper reports and everything. But I don't think anybody died in it as far as I can determine. But a legend did arise about a ballerina dying in the fire and her fiancé being burned in the fire but surviving. And so there was a legend of that. Now, this place was the place that burned down, and then later Napoleon was like, yeah, we need to build an opera house to, replace that. So the place where Phantom of the Opera was set was, a replacement for that place that had burned down. So there could be some, fucking thing there. So let's talk about, I have some, really weird questions in my Google search. So hopefully, if I ever murder anybody or anything like that, I'm going to be in big trouble because if they look at my fucking Google search history.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm a horror writer and a true crime writer. I look up all kind of fucked up shit. So, I'm not going to kill anybody that I'm planning on.
But Seth is in the conversation. What's up, Seth? She said she would definitely become a bitter bitch.
Yeah, I can see that.
And then Hugo says, I love the Darkman reviews. By the way, guys, I checked my Darkman box set. Darkman Die appears to be the third movie.
It is.
But I think it's the second, though.
Well, from what I heard, they shot it before they shot the second one. I don't know if that's true or not.
It feels like it should be the second movie.
I mean, it feels like it should be.
Watch them out of order, and I think it will make a lot more sense.
Yeah, maybe.
But they're good movies. I would love to have that.
I mean, all of them are good.
Yeah. I would love to have that 3-movie
I
box set.
I had only seen the first one.
Yeah.
But they're all totally worth watching.
Yeah.
All right, so what genetic disorder did Eric, either talking about the character or the allegedly real person, we don't know if it's a real person or not, what did he suffer from? So there are a lot of different theories. Most of the theories kind of concentrate on his psychological shit, which I'm not really interested in. I'm kind of interested in, because there's a lot of stuff that would make him act all crazy like that. What made him look like a fucking skull? That's what I wanted to know. So, to that end, I found a delightful blog post by a paleoanthropologist. Okay. Paleopathologist, rather. Okay. Named Ariadne Schultz. And she had the same question as me. She's like, what fucking disease did this motherfucker suffer from?
Syphilis?
And she she's like, this was her quote. Either acquired or congenital syphilis.
Yeah.
But we could also be looking at Hansen's disease, leprosy.
Leprosy. Yeah, it'll also do that.
Paget's disease, which is The same disease that allegedly afflicted the woman that, if you guys know the very famous portrait by Quentin Massis, that was like, I can't remember what it's called, but like a weird old woman. I don't know. I've seen it. It was in the Met. And the woman looks like all deformed and fucked up. It's a great painting, though. I love it. And some people think that she might suffer from that because she had like some issues
Did
with
that
her
affect
face.
their fingernails?
No, I don't know. Her hands weren't in it. It was just her
Okay.
face. But there was that. So it could be Paget's syndrome. Paget's disease, rather. Could be osteomyelitis. Could be Proteus syndrome, which is the same thing that Elephant Man had.
Yeah.
Or plagiocephaly. But she came down on the side of, she's like, I think this is probably congenital syphilis.
I would think so too.
That would explain
Most common.
the facial deformities,
Yeah.
because that usually causes facial lesions.
Yeah.
The kind of lack of a nose, or like the appearance of
I
lack of a
showed
nose.
you all the photographs. That fits
Yeah,
it. That fits
there's
it.
that. And also like the emotional volatility, like all kind of
Yeah.
the like psychological stuff that was
Right.
displayed. She's like, that seems like the most likely candidate.
Yeah.
But go read that post because it's like super funny.
Now, before we did this movie, or did this show, I mentioned to Jenny, I said, I was reading that book back in 2004, maybe? 2, around that time. And I remembered it describing what was wrong with him as something kind of like a kid that I went to fucking middle school with him in Dominguez Elementary School had. He had something wrong with him, and his fingernails were thick. They were 1/4 of an inch thick. It was like it was yellow foam. It was the weirdest thing. His head was shaped like a fucking peanut. And he had a corpse-like fucking appearance. And his hair was falling out. And he was 3rd grade.
Which, like I said, that kind of sounds like the fucking Phantom of the
Yeah.
Opera.
His fucking lips looked like open fucking scabs. And his fucking gums had pulled up over his teeth. And
And you didn't know like what disease he had.
Nah.
right?
He had friends though. It's weird. We were like friends with him, but he was falling apart. He was not happy with what was happening to him. He was becoming
Well, I can
and he was
imagine.
becoming more and more violent. I don't know if he lived or not, but he
That
kinda
might have
looked-
been that his mother or father might have had syphilis.
maybe.
Because it is
Maybe.
heritable. You can pass it on to
Yeah,
your
maybe.
children.
I don't know what happened to him, but I remember his fingernails. I mean, we have fingernails that are fucking as thin as a fucking couple sheets of paper, maybe. His were 1/4 of an inch thick, and they were fucking yellow, and they were like foam, dried foam. And he would do that, and they would just fucking crumble out. I remember that. And
That's
he was-
crazy.
Yeah.
I couldn't find much about that, but like I said, everything I looked up, like for making your face look like a skull,
Yeah.
syphilis was the most likely candidate.
Probably
And
what it was.
honestly, that was like pretty common
Yeah.
back in those days.
Yeah.
And if you had congenital syphilis, in the
Born
sense
with
that like
syphilis,
your
right.
mom had it or your dad
Yeah.
had it and passed it on to you.
I tried to
then-
find the photograph of a person that had a congenital syphilis from the 1800s. It was fucking black and white photograph. And I don't know if it was male or female. It looked just like Eddie off the fucking Iron Maiden album covers.
Yeah.
It was...
I mean, there's a lot of different
Spooky
things
looking.
it could be, but I mean, according to this one blog post, she's like, well, I've looked into it. She's like, there's a lot of diseases it could be,
Yeah.
but she's like, the most likely thing, depending on, you know, the description, was probably congenital syphilis. Probably. And that might have explained, like, why his
Yeah.
mom was just kind of like, yep, out of here.
Yeah.
Maybe she was sick too.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? So it could have been that. Because I kind of feel like there was a kind of whole tale about a real person existing that was maybe the inspiration
Right.
for Eric. But nobody knows if that's true or not, though. Nobody knows if that person really existed. But if he did exist, it's possible that he could have had syphilis, congenital syphilis. Because that would explain, like, your face looking like that. You know?
Yeah.
That would do it. Now, I will say that Terry says, "Sorry, Jenny, but you're guilty of what?" I'm not.
Who knows?
Entirely sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm guilty of a lot of things. I don't really remember what it was that I was talking about. Now, whether Eric was based on a real person or not, the character of Christine Daae is absolutely based on a real person. Now, when he was dying, Gaston Leroux said the character, was based on a real opera singer, quote, whose real name I hid under that of Christine Daae.
Yeah.
Now, it didn't take too much sleuthing to discover that the real person he was probably talking about was a Swedish opera singer named Christine Nilsson, who lived from 1843 to 1921. Her real life was very, very close to the fictional life written about in the novel. So Nilsson, the real person, just like the fictional person, was born in rural Sweden. Both were discovered by rich patrons while they were performing in a Swedish marketplace. The real person was singing alongside her brother's violin playing. In the book, she's discovered singing alongside her father's violin playing. So, similar there. And the cities were similar, although Gaston Leroux fictionalized the name of the town to Ljungby instead of Ljungby, which it really was in Sweden. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Both the fictional character and the real person were taken into custody by a family called the Valerius family in Gothenburg, Sweden. Both of them were brought to Paris by their patrons for training in opera singing. Even the whole thing in the novel about Christine Daae being like a rival with Carlotta, the Spanish diva, is partially based on real shit. Because there was a thing where there was this whole competition in real life going on with Christina Nilsson, the real person, and another diva named Caroline Miolan Carvalho. Carvalho
means
who,
a horse.
Yeah, they were going after the same role in Faust, which is the same thing that happened in the book, during 1868, 1869. And in the book, he even used quotes and same kind of stuff from like reviews that were really published at that time in the papers.
Want another drink?
Yeah, sure, why not?
All right.
So, like I said, he did use a lot of real shit. I mean, Christine was based on a real person. He used, like, the real biography. He used her real, quote-unquote, rivalry with this other singer. He used quotes from actual reviews, actual, articles that came out at the time about their rivalry. So he did use that. There was a lot of real shit going on in the shit. Now, let's talk about, I tried to find, this was like really difficult. I was trying to figure out, because in the novel, it does seem to imply, I don't know if it implies this, but it does kind of like lean hard into the fact that the opera house is haunted. And like I said, you find out later that obviously the opera ghost is a person. But I was trying to figure out, if there were actually rumors that this opera house, which exists in real life, was haunted at the time that this book came out. I was trying to figure out, were there rumors that this place was haunted when he wrote the shit? And, like, he was influenced by that. And that is that's like really difficult to like figure out. I couldn't really find a lot of shit about it. There was a lot of stuff that was like from a modern point of view. Like there were a lot of paranormal websites that said, "Oh yeah, there's like this, that, and the other ghost in there." But I couldn't really find any sources from that time that said that there were stories about a ghost from then that he would have taken inspiration from. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. I was like, it was really frustrating because I was like trying to find evidence of it and I couldn't really find it. Now, according to some people, and I don't know if this is like modern or from the time or whatever, but even if the shit was haunted, like the opera house, the ghost doesn't have anything to do with like a genius musician or anything like that. Like the ghost that's been seen, reportedly, is like some older woman who was like scorned in love or whatever, and she just kind of like hangs around the streets outside the opera house, like looking for the dude that fucked her over. That's kind of like the main ghost that I could fit. So I don't know if there were ghost stories about it at the time. I kind of feel like when he wrote it, he was drawing from actual shit that happened. Like I said, the death that absolutely did happen there, like when the counterweight from the chandelier fell down and killed a person, that did happen. You know, the shit about the water underneath the opera house, which, like I said, it's not a lake really, but you know, there's a lot of caverns and like secret passages down there. That did happen. The whole thing about the dead bodies that they found from like the Paris Commune, you know, from when they stored shit, ammunition and stuff down there, that happened. The whole stuff about the records being stored down there, that happened. So I kind of feel like maybe he took all those real elements and maybe the legend about the guy that burned to death with the ballerina, which was from the old opera house, which was before this one was built. And maybe he like fashioned that into a story. I kind of feel that's where I'm at with it. So did he base this on a real thing? Yeah, in a lot of ways he did. But he took a lot of real things that happened and wove them into a fictional story in, like I said, in a way that even nowadays people are still like questioning whether it's real or not, which is pretty admirable, you gotta say. Like I said, you probably, like, you should read more fiction from that era, because you would realize pretty quickly that they were like pretty savvy about.
Okay, back up again. I was gone during part of that. So you're saying that he wrote this, it was based on certain things?
Yeah, he based a lot of things on real, like the character Christine based on a real person. Okay. Very obviously.
All right.
He didn't make much of a secret of that. And honestly, if you just look into it for a second, you will know that who he's talking about.
Okay.
It's a real person. The opera house is obviously real. It's still there.
The night of the fire.
The fire.
Yeah.
Well, okay. The fire that supposedly killed a person and disfigured another person, that didn't happen at that opera house. That happened at the prior one, which burned down in 1873.
So he conflated.
This one, they had it. Well, okay. The thing that happened with this one was like the chandelier falling, which is like a big thing.
Yeah.
It wasn't exactly like that. It did happen, but it happened. It was a counterweight from the chandelier, like I said. It was kind of a fire that caused it. Electric light caused a spark. It melted the wire. The wire melted through, and the counterweight fell and killed a person in the audience.
Yeah.
The counterweight, when it was coming down, hit a fuse box type situation and started a fire. It didn't it didn't burn the shit down or anything. They put it out. So it killed one person and injured some other people, but everything was okay after that. But it was like a big deal. So he used that in the story. And he made it into, the chandelier fell and it killed this one particular person. But that's not exactly what happened. You know what I'm saying? It did kill a person, but it wasn't even the chandelier. It was like the counterweight from the chandelier. Okay. So shit did happen, but he's taking a lot of real elements and putting them all together in like a soup,
Okay, well,
if you will.
Let me ask you this. Is this a real deception that he's trying to do? Or is he conflating things that he found?
I think, well, okay. You have to, like, Gaston Leroux was really into, like I said, he started out his career as a reporter.
Yeah.
But he wrote a bunch of mystery novels. He was really into, like, Arthur Conan Doyle.
Okay.
He was really into Edgar Allan Poe. So he was really into, like, mystery, crime thrillers, that kind of stuff.
So he was in the scene.
So he had written a couple of those before this even came out.
Okay.
Like I said, I mentioned this earlier, in 1908,
Yeah.
before this came out,
Yeah.
he wrote a novel called The Perfume of the Lady in Black, which was
Sounds
made...
familiar. Yeah.
Yeah, it was made into a giallo film in 1974. It was made again in 2005, but it was actually made into, like, there were film adaptations going to 1914. I think there were like 2 or 3 of them. So it was like he was really into, like, mystery stories. So he was trying to get into, like, writing fiction, crime fiction. And because he was into Sherlock Holmes and Edgar Allan Poe and all that kind of stuff, he wanted to write, like, horror mystery.
Okay.
So I think what he did was he decided that he's like, I'm going to take my experience in, you know, newspaper, like, reporting.
Yeah.
And I'm going to, like, conflate it with fiction.
Okay.
And make it seem like a real thing. Honestly,
You're saying this is an intentional deception.
I don't know if it was deception. I just think that he said, I'm going to take all these elements that happen in real life and I'm going to, like, weave them into a fictional story. Okay. I don't think he was trying to, like, deceive anybody. Well,
because they said
because he did say that he was,
that he really did investigate.
But the thing about it, here's the thing.
All right.
I was talking about earlier how hard it was because I was trying to figure out, I was curious as to whether this opera house was rumored to be haunted at the time that he wrote the story. I'm not talking about nowadays.
Right.
Because you can say anything and it was, oh, it was ghosts and blah, blah, blah. I said, I wanted to know, were people talking about the ship being haunted back then when he wrote it? And I kind of couldn't find anything that said that. There were rumors about other things, or not necessarily rumors, but like stuff that was like kind of, you know, weird versions of the truth. Like shit that really happened, but it was like exaggerated. I couldn't find any ghost stories though. So I kind of feel like maybe the ghost shit happened afterward, after his story came out. That's the kind of the hard thing because his story is became so ubiquitous that anything you read nowadays is going to be colored by that. So it's like now people are like, oh yeah, like ghosts and blah, blah, blah. But it's just kind of like, yeah, but were people talking about ghosts back then? Or did that just happen later because this place is so famous because of that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it was like notoriously, like, it was very hard to like figure out. I couldn't find anything that said that there were ghost stories contemporaneous with his writing of this story. I feel like that was probably happened after the story came out and people went back and said, oh yeah, the shit was fucking haunted. Opera ghost. But that's like from the novel though. I don't know. I kind of feel like that's probably what happened. Now, I will say though that I did find this one thing that this one guy who was a curator of the museum at the Palais Garnier and library, he said that he still gets calls every day and he gets asked, is this story of the Phantom of the Opera true? And he says, what we like to say, and this is a quote from him, we don't like to break the illusion, but nobody has seen a ghost in the opera house. Although we do blame the Phantom as a joke if something inexplicable happens. So, apparently, like, no one in the modern era thinks that shit is haunted. But they like to, like, maintain that it's still kind of haunted. Now, I will say, too, let me finish this. I only got, like, a paragraph left. I found this woman named Marie Ribier. And she translated the Phantom of the Opera. She's like big into like Gaston Leroux. She's big into Phantom of the Opera. She translated the version that was published by Penguin in 2009. She translated it from the French. And she says, I'm pretty sure the whole Phantom story was made up. She says, Gaston Leroux was a flamboyant, larger-than-life character. And he reacted as anyone would with Olive Hollywood, for example, asking if the Phantom was real. If your make-believe has been so successful, this is a quote, that people ask the question, you are not going to destroy the illusion.
Right.
If people wanted to believe that he had existed, he was not going to disappoint them. That's how I see it. But having said that, perhaps he really did believe it. So basically, for her, and many other scholars that have looked into the shit, Gaston was a very groundbreaking reporter journalist, and he was really good at writing detective novels, and he was able to weave fact and fiction together so skillfully that people are still asking questions about it to this day.
And he may have believed it.
He might have.
He may have believed it.
I mean, and that might have made it better, like...
Right. But let's talk about reality. I would like to think that maybe there's something to this story. But
there might be.
But the story hinges on something. It says that the Phantom lived underneath the fucking theater. In a house, on an island, on an underground lake. And that part doesn't pan out. It also says that he had secret passages all throughout.
There were a couple of secret passages in the thing, but not, as I said, they're not as romantic as portrayed. There are still two, they're still there. You can still see them.
Because the Phantom would go from his house on that island underneath the lake up to a special box where
his box 5,
where he would watch.
There was supposed to be like a pipe.
Yeah.
And like he could go up there because he would go up there and sit, but like he couldn't, like if somebody else was in there,
you're right.
he would go in there and like
out, and he could get out his own way.
He could like talk to you and like you couldn't see him. That was like his whole thing. And another thing too was that he could get into Christine's dressing room.
Right.
Like he had that mirror.
Forgot about that.
Went like 2 ways.
Right.
So he could just like talk to you from the other side of the mirror.
He could get into the starlet's dressing room. The main number 1 star's dressing room. And that there was a secret passage to that. Did that pan out? Was there a secret passage to the starlet's fucking dressing room?
Well, not nowadays. Like I said, there are 2 secret passages in the opera house, but I don't, as far as I know, they don't go to like anyone's dressing room.
Okay.
There's just one that goes from the basement up to the 4th floor. And there's one that is just kind of like it's not even like they just use it as like a water fucking
So the story could be plausible, but not as fucking high speed as you're given in the story.
Well, like I said, I kind of feel like he did what some people do nowadays.
Embellished.
You take a real story.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a weird example. But this is just something I thought of. I was just in the bathroom and I thought of this. If you guys have read, and I've reviewed it, Jack Ketchum's book, The Girl Next Door. The Girl Next Door is a fictional novel, but it is based on a real true crime case. A horrible case that really, really did happen. He fictionalized it. He changed all the names. But it's based on a real murder, the murder of Sylvia Likens. Now, he changed the names, he changed some of the details, and the locations and stuff like that, but it's still essentially the same story. So I kind of feel like that's probably what Gaston Leroux did. He probably took a bunch of real things, the fact that there's a water cistern underneath the thing, the fact that there were rumors about the skeletons that they found, like when they were digging for the to bury the records.
So he adds that to his
And
story.
then he just decided, well, I'm going to do this, but I'm going to embellish it. And then, as I said, he adds the prologue to give it some, like, verisimilitude. Because, like I said, I kind of feel like you're not... If you read a lot of Victorian fiction, they were absolutely all about making the stuff seem as real as possible. A lot of stories from back then are framed as though they are real stories.
There's something to what Jenny's saying. Literature of the time was kind of like writing code in the internet of our time. Writing a story was considered to be very high tech. Only very educated people did it, and intelligent people wrote these stories. So yeah, they could have twisted things around.
Sure.
Kind of make a VR, virtual reality. So I can understand that.
As I said, I kind of feel like people nowadays are maybe kind of smug in the fact that they think that, found footage or like, ARG type situation, that's new. It's not. If you go back and read late 19th century, early 20th century horror fiction in particular, which is my interest, if you read a lot of stuff from back then, even from like Weird Tales and stuff like that, a lot of them are framed as though they really happened.
Yeah.
They will have like a frame story. It's very common to have a frame story of somebody that I'm an adventurer and I've just come back from some exotic location. I was a skeptic. I don't believe in anything, but listen to this weird shit that happened to me when I was on this latest adventure. And then he tells it to the people. You know what I mean? So they're trying to frame it as though it really happened. It's very common in literature of that era. So I don't think that like the Phantom of the Opera story was all that different in that regard, in the fact that he was coming forward as the author and saying, because I've seen similar things like in short stories from the time period where the author would come forward and say, I don't know, I don't believe this, but somebody I really like trust like told me this shit, and I'm just like telling it to you guys, so make your own decision. So I kind of feel like there's a lot of that going on. So it wasn't unheard of, is what I'm saying.
Well, all I have to say about it is that around 2002, 2003, around that time, when I was reading this, old Gaston, back in fucking 1906 or 1907, had me going.
1909.
1909, is that what it was? Okay. He had me going. It is plausible. It sounds very plausible.
Sure, it could have happened.
But he wrote that shit to be in a gray space where maybe it could happen. And I can see how that old motherfucker fooled me. But you're not as smart as you think you are. Those dudes are pretty fucking good. They were good. Real good.
Well, like I said, I'm a writer, and I'm really into like writers from that era.
Yeah, they understood the deal.
They were absolutely not stupid.
They knew the human mind.
They were absolutely not stupid.
Yeah.
And they used a lot of the same tricks that people use nowadays.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
And they
in
give
found footage kind of stuff, yeah.
Right, and then they give themselves plausible deniability.
Yep.
Because they don't give you enough detail to disprove them.
And like I said, he did base some of the characters. Like Christine is absolutely based on a real person.
People.
That's
Right.
based on a real person.
So it could have happened, but probably not.
And he's kind of like leaving it open, like, well,
Right.
I wrote this, it's like fictionalized, but it could have really happened because he did base a lot of shit. Like I said, the palette, that's the opera house, that's real. The Christine is based on a real person.
Right.
So he did base a lot of the stuff on real shit that happened. But,
My advice is this. On YouTube, there are many audiobooks. There's one of them that's 9 hours long. It's got some British girl writing it. It is verbatim from the book that I read. It's got the fucking prologue and everything. It's pretty good. I fucking listened to that prologue and a little bit of that one, and then I went over into the Christopher Lee.
the Christopher Lee one.
Which is
abridged, but...
It's only 3 hours. That one is actually a little bit better. in terms of.
Well,
it's a little more entertaining.
9 and something hour one. I listened to that one.
Yeah.
And that's LibriVox, which LibriVox, if you don't know, that's like a public domain. That's like volunteers
Just
who
read,
literature for people to listen to. So what they did with the Phantom of the Opera was that they had like different narrators reading a few chapters. Now, I'm not shitting on anybody in the country particularly, but a lot of the narrators that they got were Midwestern, and the Midwestern voices pronouncing the French stuff was kind of like making me cringe a little bit.
Right.
Some of the voices were kind of like and it was like, but they were only reading like a chapter or two and then it would like go to another one. The prologue was read by a British woman, which she was good. But then the first couple chapters were like a woman from like Kansas or Missouri or somewhere like that. And she had like a really weird inflection. And her French pronunciation was questionable, like even worse than mine. And so it was distracting, but I still like listened to it. And then there was a guy, so there was like a bunch of different readers.
The Christopher Lee was the fucking slickest.
I mean, yeah.
Christopher Lee.
But that one was like highly abridged.
Highly abridged.
I mean, that one's only like what, like 3.5 hours or something like that. And like the real book is like 9.5, 10 hours long.
Right.
And I will admit that there is a lot of that book that could be cut out, probably.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I enjoyed the entire book. Even though it goes back and forth in time a lot. Like I said, it goes back to the new managers.
Yeah.
And like that's almost kind of like comic relief.
Yeah.
Like cuz they don't believe the ghost exists.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like their mission to like
is to tell you this shit didn't happen.
We're gonna find the person that's behind this, goddammit. And it's like, so it keeps going back to that.
What's funny is that kind of adds on to this.
It does. I like that.
That this may have happened.
I like that.
It makes you start to fight for the story, going like, no, this may have happened. But no, Gaston knew exactly what he was doing. That French fuck. He knew exactly what he was doing. He knew how to fucking
see people hundreds of years ago can still fool you.
He knew how to play with your fucking mind.
They weren't so dumb.
Yeah. It may have happened, but it probably didn't.
Well, like I said, he didn't pull it out of his ass. He based it on
shit that did
real
happen.
Shit, and he based it on legends that were going around at the time. He didn't know if they were real or not, but he didn't give a shit. He's just kind of like, well,
my advice is to listen to the fucking Gaston fucking story.
I actually kind of enjoyed it.
Because it is legend. It may have happened. It probably didn't. But if it did happen, it's not that big of a deal. You're talking about a serial killer that probably had syphilis.
I mean, he did kill a lot of people.
And so it's not like the claims by today's standards are super fucking out of the ordinary. They're not claiming anything supernatural. They're just claiming about, they had this dude, and he was fucking this serial killer. He was fucking super smart. Motherfucker was ugly. He didn't have a nose. Something was wrong with him. It might have been syphilis. But fucking, this dude was a genius. He had torture castles, kind of like H.H. Holmes. Shit was underground. He was fucking grabbing women, taking them underground, trying to marry them. They wouldn't do it. He'd kill them. He'd killed the fucking boyfriends. And it's just like, and they're like, and you know what? He was fucked up. But it wasn't his fault. He was born that way. And his life fucking sucked. It could have happened to you. And all this shit is kind of like hitting you in this fucking story where you're like going, this may have happened. This may have happened.
Like I said,
Jenny's right. But Jenny's
some aspects of it probably.
But Jenny's right. An expert author can really mind fuck you into thinking
that's kind of our whole job.
That's the job. Because he's trying to write VR. He's trying to write virtual reality.
Right. I mean, that's what.
Right.
I mean, I'm a horror writer too.
Yeah.
and I read a lot of horror authors. What I want from my horror stories, I want you to immerse me.
Right.
Immerse me in that shit. And to do that, sometimes you have to stretch the truth a little bit. You have to kind of like, and I'm down with that. We're all like just buying into the illusion. We're buying into the illusion because we want to be scared. We want to feel a particular thing.
Yeah.
So they understood that back then. They had horror fiction back then, and they understood what scared people. So they knew how to approach that to make it seem as realistic as possible. And so I think that's probably what he did. He used as many real aspects as he could muster. Because, as I said, the setting was real. A lot of the characters were based on real people.
There are other dudes that are like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what you do.
You're right.
That's what you do.
I'm going to tell you now.
My
verdict on it is probably not. But fuck, maybe. Maybe. Maybe he did stumble on something. You know? It's not that far from the other cases that we covered. The main difference is that he had a lot of money and that he had syphilis. But it explains how he got all that money. Because he was a fucking genius. And he was working for a sultan that had him in the intelligence agencies as a torturer. And a fucking architect. Which that's well within the boundaries of plausibility. From what I remember in the book, he kept himself covered when he was in the Middle East. Kind of like wearing a fedora, a shadora or whatever it is. Fucking keeping himself covered up, kind of like a Middle Eastern woman. But he didn't have any kind of relationships over there because of fucking how he looked and his smell and his just... But his employer fucking liked him because he was a results-based dude, you know? And no, that is plausible. That's very plausible. Jenny's going to come in and say, well, Gaston was fucking an intelligent guy. He knew how to fucking fool you to write a story that would be plausible. And I'm going to say, yeah. Yeah, that could be. But life is also plausible. Shit that happens in life is plausible. So, you just don't know. You don't know. I mean, I had a gut feeling when I was fucking reading it is that there was truth in it. At least...
Well, there is.
There is truth in it. Right. It's a good story. It's a very good story. I encourage you to fucking listen to it. It is a very good story.
I actually had a good time reading this. Is it true?
I'm going to say probably not. At least not 100%.
Aspects of it are true.
I think aspects of it
are true.
Right. It's a fucking good...
I don't think anyone would argue with that.
It's a good story.
It's based on a real place.
Yeah.
It's based on some real people.
Yeah.
It's based on some legends that may or may not have happened.
There are offenders that fit this profile. H.H. Holmes fits this profile.
And as I said, I've never seen any direct evidence of it, but it's very possible that Gaston Leroux might have read about H.H. Holmes and incorporated that into his lore. Because... yeah, that happened end of 19th century, 1896. He was executed.
Late 1800s, early 1900s, serial killers were a fucking trip.
So, I mean, and Jack the Ripper was 1888, so that was like living memory for people that were writing back then. So, very possibly, he could have taken inspiration from that.
It is a spooky story. Classy. Very classy, the way it's written. And either story, if you want to listen to the 9-hour audiobook that's on YouTube, or the Christopher Lee 3.5 hour, they were both good. Christopher Lee's performance is good. The 9.5 hour version is a lot more complete because it has
that's the unabridged version.
It has the prologue. It has every fucking bit in it, and that's more kind of like a crime case, the way it reads.
I mean, the thing about it, like, you can read it. I mean, obviously, it's in the public domain, so you can read it on Gutenberg.org. I found that because the plot of Phantom of the Opera is so ubiquitous nowadays, because everybody knows that fucking, even if they've never seen any iteration of it, they know pretty much like the outline of what happens in the story. So it's like, if you read the novel, the first third or half of it is a little bit tiresome, because you're just kind of like, a lot of the first part of it is like this whole build up of, it's like, oh my god, is this opera ghost? Is this real? Like, what's going on? It's like, everybody knows, look, it's this weird deformed dude that lives like in the basement, figure it out. But they didn't know that at the time. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Now, Greenspark says it would suck to have an STD eating your brain and your face off and still be a virginal incel. No wonder he was pissed off. That's the fucking story.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the story. You read the story and you'll understand. And then, pile on that, you're a genius.
And you know what's happening.
You could have had a fucking awesome life. You made a bunch of money. Nothing...
Well,
no women would not anything.
I mean, well, he was like composing music down there.
Composing beautiful music. Right. And fucking, he could fucking make beautiful buildings and architecture, but there's just no way his life is fucking fucked. No women want anything to do with him. And
well, even barring that, you couldn't even like walk around like back then. You couldn't even like walk around in public. Right. Like, people back then would like fucking throw rocks at you. Like you said. Now, even now, it wouldn't be fun. Right. But probably better than back then. But
so he goes back to his home in France with all this money after these contract jobs in the Middle East, and buys this fucking theater and has these lawyers build it up for him. And he shows up with all these secret passages so he can watch the theater, which is really the television of the of his era. So he could see all this shit, and he becomes entranced by these starlets, and can't do anything with them, And he owns the theater and everything, and that's the story. And it's not this romantic bullshit that the Phantom of the Opera became. Motherfucker was a serial killer. He was crazy.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he was crazy.
And like I said, he was portrayed slightly sympathetically in the book, but he
was fucked up.
I mean, he's the bad guy.
Yeah.
He's the bad guy.
He couldn't grow into anything outside of what he was.
Yeah.
Not in that society. So, I felt, and Gaston is telling you, look, you need to feel for this guy. He didn't choose this, but he's fucked up.
Well, like I said, we've talked about a lot of serial killers on the show. It's like
They're kind of like that.
Yeah, like you do feel like as children,
right?
Obviously, because they didn't choose that, and it's like nobody wants to grow up like that, and it's like you can understand where their pathology came from. Yeah. But when they get older, and they start killing people, then it's harder to excuse it. Because honestly, a lot of people have fucked up childhoods. Yeah. And don't do that.
In the Phantom book, he's a sadist. He had killed a bunch of people before the story even started. He was killing them for his boss.
Yeah.
If you angered him, he tortured you to death. Okay? You're not talking about a good dude.
Yeah, he was not a good guy.
No.
Not at all. Honestly, like, even before, like I said, he had been, he grew up in the circus and all this stuff, but then he went to work for the Sultan. Yeah. And one of the things in the story that he would do was that the Sultan would be like, hey, I'm gonna need you to, like, fight and kill this person, like, for my amusement. So he would do that. Like, he would kill people. Yeah, like they would do like
gladiator.
Yeah, like he would do like gladiator combat.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, we're gonna like bring a criminal in here and
you fight and kill them.
You fight and kill them. Yeah. And for the amusement of like the ruling class. So he would do that as well. And he was also an assassin. So they're kind of like, hey, go kill that person. He would do that too. So he had killed like a lot of people even before the story started.
Right. And he had a lot of money.
Yeah.
Because of that. The Sultan liked him.
Although the Persian
Yeah.
was initially supposed to assassinate him.
Oh, really? I didn't remember
Yes.
that part. I didn't remember that part.
Because he knew too much.
Okay.
So after he was released from service, the Persian was supposed to kill him.
To erase his ass.
Yes. But the Persian actually like had a soft spot for him. It was like, nah, I'm not going to do it. So they both took off.
Okay.
So that's why they were
I
friends.
forgot about that.
That's why they were friends.
Okay, I
The
forgot about
Persian
that.
was actually supposed to be his assassin. That was
got
like
you.
kind of the whole thing. But he
forgot
was
about
just
that.
he was just kind of like no, I'm not going to do it because I like him too much, so I'm not going to kill him. So that
Yeah.
So there was that aspect also.
Right.
So
So the book has a lot of elements that that you don't get out of these fucking musicals that they made based on this. It was a plausible story for the early 1900s. It's the way the world was, you know. So I was fucking reading it, going, there might be something to this. But Gaston may have got me. He probably got me.
well,
probably
like I
got me.
said, if you don't know a lot about the time period or
Yeah.
you don't know, I mean, whether the real time period or the literary time period,
Yeah.
the more you know about the context of the time, the more you will feel like this is just a fictional story that is made to look like
He was good.
a real story.
He was good.
He did use a lot of real elements. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that. Like I said, Christine is absolutely that's a real person. He based her on a absolutely real person. And the Paris Opera House, that's a real place. The shit underneath, that's a real thing. The chandelier falling, that really did happen mostly. But he just took all those real elements and fashioned a story about it.
Tammy says it was a great show.
Was it?
That's what she said.
Oh. I had fun with this
Yeah,
one.
I think it was a good show. Thank you very much, Tammy. We want to go
Thank
ahead and
you,
want to
Tammy.
go ahead and end the show. We can wrap it up.
Wait, how long?
Oh,
was it?
man, it's
Oh
probably
my god, 4 hours.
Yeah, it's time to go.
Yeah. I did have a good time with this. This was a good idea for
Yeah.
a topic.
Right.
This was a good idea. I got super into this shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
I went down so many rabbit holes you guys don't know.
Right.
Like, learn about the stuff, but I mean, if you guys have other ideas, let me know, but
Yeah, everybody's saying they love the show. Sabrina says she loves it. Never heard much of this book before. Now that I have, I'm going to read it. Give it a read.
you should. I mean,
yeah.
the audiobook, like I said, I listened to an audiobook on YouTube, and it's a bunch of different narrators, which I don't love. Because some of the narrators were better than others. I like the British narrators, and then they had like a bunch of like weird Midwestern ones that were pronouncing the French shit all wrong, and it was like, I don't know, it was like annoying me. But it's pretty good overall. There is an abridged version, which Christopher Lee read, but it's only, what is it,
3.5 hours.
3.5 hours.
It's more like a movie. Like
Yeah,
a long
the
movie.
actual book is like 9.5 hours.
Yeah.
If you
it
want to
has
read the whole
all
thing.
the details that
Yeah.
I read.
Now, if you
And
want to
this
go,
bitch is set up like a fucking virtual reality book.
I'm telling you.
I thought it was real reading it. I was going like, this must have happened. And I didn't know that he had, on his deathbed, told his relatives, like, no, that did happen. He said that it happened on his deathbed. Was he keeping his legend alive? I can't tell you. I wasn't there. Victorians did that kind of shit. But
I mean,
something may have happened. It's plausible.
it's all branding, bitch.
It's branding, yeah.
They understood that shit.
Yeah,
They didn't call it that,
right.
but they understood what
They
that
didn't
was.
have that terminology.
They understood
branding.
what that was.
Yeah.
So I kind of feel like it's really plausible that he was just kind of like, dude, I'm dying. But it's like, people are asking me, is this real? He's like, oh yeah, it's real.
Yeah. Well, he said he investigated. He said that he investigated it and that he fucking.
I mean, that's what I would do.
and that it did.
I would
happen.
do that. Well, you want your like fucking your
Right.
whoever you've made to like have your money after you die.
Yeah.
You don't want them like
To be stuck out.
be stuck out with no money.
Right.
So you got to like
Maybe.
keep the shit going.
Maybe.
Keep the shit going.
Yeah, maybe.
They understood that.
Everything is plausible. Just listen to the story. It's free. It's in the public domain, and you tell us what you think. I think there might be something to it.
It's a good book. I
yeah.
actually like. I enjoyed like revisiting it. It's actually pretty entertaining. I thought it was pretty.
If that didn't happen, other shit just like it did happen. So, but that'll give you an idea. Go ahead and shut it down, Jenny. It's fucking almost four to something hours.
All right.
4.5 hours.
Yeah, Tammy said this has been a great show. Very interesting.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jenny. Tom, agree. They're just the best, says Greensburg. And James now says, yeah, it was very interesting.
Yeah.
Love this episode. Never heard much of the book before. Now I'm going to go give it a read. Yeah, it's actually like a really, it's very
good. It's
of
good.
the time.
Yeah.
So it's very like, gothic and stuff. And
Yeah.
if you, everybody knows the story of the Phantom of the Opera now. So one of the issues that you might come into is that there's a big build up. It's like, oh my God, is this like, is it real? Is it like, who is this person? It's like, now everybody knows the Phantom of the Opera. He's a real dude and is like deformed and stuff. So it might be like a little tedious, like how long it takes for them to like figure that out because they didn't know that at the time. But
You could always go to the fucking Christopher Lee reading.
yeah,
Which is only 3
I listened to the whole
Yeah.
9.5 hour thing,
Yeah.
but
You could listen to the prologue of the 9.5 hour one and then go to the Christopher Lee one. That'll save you time too. But they're just telling you a story about a serial killer. It's plausible. Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. That's all it is. There's no way of knowing. It was a long time ago. Probably didn't happen. Because that
not exactly the way
right.
that
Not at least,
I just think that he took a lot of real aspects
at
and
least
wove them into.
As described in the book, it probably didn't happen because that island isn't there underneath that.
Well, like I said, you can see it. There's pictures.
Right. There's no island underneath.
You
there.
might even be able to tour it.
Right.
I've heard some like recent accounts of people that actually like toured it.
There's an underground lake, but it's not a natural lake, and there isn't a island on it, and there isn't a mansion on the damn island.
No.
And thinking about it, in the Victorian age, had this happened, and there was a mansion there, and a phantom had been killing people, they'd have been putting people through tours of that damn mansion
Yeah, you would think that'd be
for
all over
months
the
and
shit.
months and months to show that damn mansion. So I'm gonna take that away from Gaston. He made at least that part up.
Yeah.
But he kind of says that in a way. He gives himself a bunch of plausible deniability.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say about him. Because I think he kind of hints that he's telling you a story based upon what his research says. Well, shit. You do some research and you base the story upon your research. That means you kind of have literary license to say things.
Sure. You could say, hey, it wasn't me, it was my source.
Yeah, right. So there's no way.
We all know that trick.
Right. Yeah.
We all know that trick.
Yeah.
All right. Seth says I'm gonna go read The Phantom of the Opera now. You should. It's actually like
It's a good book.
I found the book like pretty entertaining.
Yeah.
Like I said, the first part of it might be tedious for audiences now because everybody knows what The Phantom of the Opera is. Because the first half of the book is basically everybody being like, we saw this ghost, and
They're like, you didn't see nothing.
you didn't see a ghost. What are you
Yeah.
talking about? So
Right.
like the first half of that is like kind of like that, but I don't know. I found it really entertaining nonetheless. But yeah. So yeah, Seth says you wouldn't kill the legend. Yeah, I kind of feel like maybe he was just kind of like, yeah, I'm dying, but
Yeah, I'm not gonna kill the legend.
yeah. True or not,
Could be.
says Marley Mars. Very clever on Gaston's part because the book is still fairly well known. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
They're
mean,
still making movies based on it.
gotta say, yeah, they made one in 2004. Honestly, Dario
Yeah.
Argento made one, although it was kind
What's
of terrible.
weird is that they made it a romance, There's no romance in the goddamn Phantom of the Opera. It's a serial killer. In the book,
Which
it's
is
a
messed
serial
up.
killer.
Which, like I said, I kind of feel like they did that a lot. They took some like fucked up shit from the. Like, they did the same thing with Dracula.
Yeah.
Which like turned into like fucking Twilight.
Yeah.
Like
No
we're gonna
romance
take
in that shit.
vampires, which are monsters, and we're gonna like turn it into a romance. Even though even in Twilight, there's like the dude was a fucking stalker, straight up.
Yeah.
And
in the book,
we're gonna make that seem like it's romantic.
Right.
Fuck that shit.
In the book,
no way.
In the book, fucking Eric, there's no romance involved. He's using fucking psychological warfare to bring this starlet under his fucking spell. She's totally submissive.
Well, he approaches her at first.
Yeah, because she thinks he's a ghost. And
I'm the angel of music that her dead father told her would visit her.
Right, he's lying to her who he is.
Sure.
And he's speaking to her through the walls and shit. And he's got all these damn secret. And then he abducts her.
Yeah.
And takes her. And her fucking boyfriend tries to save her. He tortures his ass. You just got to reach the
and drowns the brother.
Yeah, yeah. He's
although, like I said, his boyfriend's
dude.
Not super great either.
No.
But you know what I'm saying.
Right. And what they're describing is a serial killer, not Romeo.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, let's not romanticize.
Right, yeah.
He's the worst.
Right.
He's a terrible person. Like I said, he's sympathetic because he grew up all fucked up.
Right, but he's not a good dude.
But he's not a good person.
No.
He's not a good person.
No. He's desperate.
It's not like Beauty and the Beast. I kind of feel like this gets compared to Beauty and the Beast a lot. Beauty and the Beast, though, is... I mean, as far as I remember, it's been a while. Beauty and the Beast, he just looked like a lion or monster or something. Yeah. But he wasn't a serial killer.
No.
Right?
This dude is. Yeah.
Right. So he's just kind of like, well, he was just this dude and he looked all fucked up like a lion or whatever. And he just like lived in his library. And then he finds this beautiful woman and she's like, okay, you're kind of like cranky, but you know, I love you, whatever. This dude is not a good person.
No.
Deep down.
No.
Not a good person.
Okay,
at
let's shut it off. Everybody's leaving anyway.
All right.
Okay.
LOL. Yeah, no romance.
No, there was no romance in it.
Yeah, no. So I think it's kind of funny they did that. But like I said, they did that with Dracula too. So I don't know. I don't advocate it. I'm just saying it happened. It happened.
Right.
I wasn't a party to it. So all right. Thank you everybody for dropping by for the show. This was super fun. Yeah. This was a good topic. Good story. But yeah, all right. So we will be back Friday evening to do our sidetrack show, which, as you all know, is the no topic whatever. You can ask us whatever show. But thanks everybody for dropping by. Thanks for super chats, and we will see you guys on Friday evening. Bye.